Woman who had an affair with Chris Watts told our partners at the Denver Post that she hardly knew anything about Shanann and that she had only recently started a relationship with Chris. Well, there's now evidence to suggest that she knew about Shanann almost a year before the murders.
Nichol later talked to police.
And then one day he told me that he had 2 kids. I was like, that's pretty cool. And started telling me about his kids.
That sounded like a sarcastic comment.
No, I thought it was kind of cute. I was like, oh, he's a dad. It was like right around Father's Day, too.
She learned he was married even though she says he didn't wear a wedding ring.
I'm so out of breath.
The other woman claims she met Watts in June. She says she thought Watts was at the end of his divorce proceedings.
I didn't know his significant other's name for a while. And then I think he told me his kids' names pretty quick.
This one is Chris Watts. Chris Watts.
But police had found her internet searches from the year before. Kessinger searched the name Shanann Watts in September of 2017.
I didn't know his significant other's name for a while.
By this June, Watts was hiding photos in a phone app that looked like a calculator.
I mean, he just told me, he's like, we're housebroke all the time. I was just like, that's unfortunate. And I asked him, I was like, do you have 401k? And he was like, yeah. And I mean, the reason I ask him this is because if I get into a relationship with somebody, I want to know, like, what kind of baggage that they have. I think that's important.
Am I in trouble because I deleted his text?
You're not in trouble. Is it criminal? No.
Well, in Colorado, destruction of evidence is a felony.
Is there concern that you're hiding something? Potentially.
I'm worried.
Nichol Kessinger did cooperate with police. She says she went to them when she started suspecting that Watts was behind his family's disappearance. Yeah, guys, police interviewed Nichol Kessinger, the other woman. She came forward to police about the same time that Watts' employer, Anna Darko, had found emails indicating a relationship between the two.
Okay, and well, we know all about that, well, I don't think that's necessarily the case. And even more so now, today, I believe that's not the case. She certainly did not go to law enforcement. Well, she went around that timing because that's when the crime happened, but she did not go to law enforcement because she's a good, upstanding citizen, and she just wanted to let them know that she was concerned about Shanann, a woman who she hated, and she made strangulation hands every time she said her name. Well, the first time she said her name, and all this other stuff. We know that's not who Nichol Kessinger is. Girl, it's okay. You can let your hair down here. You're at Watts the Obsession. You don't have to pretend to be anything you're not. We know exactly who you are. It's all good. And guess what? So do law enforcement and the district attorney's office. And so did law enforcement and the district attorney's office. As of today, I now have verified source-produced evidence of that, and I will be telling you more in days and weeks to follow, but as a result of doing research and working on this, part 1, part 2 videos all about Nichol Kessinger and law enforcement and the injustices that happened and the possible corruption and cover-ups and how that all came together in a way that was just too nice and neat for me to not look deeper into, myself. I told you some other people I've been working with and I have the privilege of working with before, and some people in Colorado where author Kathleen McKenna-Hootson and I will be going sometime in the near future. And I think she's in chat. So hello, darling. Everybody check out our new book, Dream House, about the Corey Richards case. It's awesome. And I have some things to tell you about conversations that Kathleen had with the district attorney and other really important people, when this case was newer, when it was being investigated, or so we thought, right? And in days when it still should have been being investigated, at least they should have been pretending. And now after the fact, over 6 years after the fact, I really feel like, in my mind, and maybe there were things that came out that were shocking and were like, oh my God, I never even thought of that, never imagined that would happen prior to me having the YouTube channel. But I don't know, because I was, I've been following this case all along, and I was working deeply in the, mucky waters of this case, but just in an academic, in an academic sense rather than, on the YouTube channel. And I don't know, I think we got the discovery dumps, and then they took back things, and then, They tried to confuse things so we wouldn't know things because these junior detectives are really stupid, And I just can't even think of any information that made like my jaw drop, and this really did. And I know you want to know what it all is. I am nervous because, again, I did just learn about this. I want to get my facts straight. I want to make sure I don't accidentally out a source that has done. My God, there have been people that have been doing a lot of work. We'll just say like that. So I have to respect that. And I guess nobody really knows about how they feel about, how okay they are with being connected to that. Well, maybe some aspect of what we're finding out, but not another. And so I'm the only kind of person who's known to be connected to any of that right now. Well, oh God, I just realized that it's kind of scary. To that point, I have been on my computer for like literally 3 days straight. It's kind of sad, and I'm sort of embarrassed to say that because it's gorgeous weather here, and I like to be active and do things, and not just like to be sitting on my computer all the time. But this is what I've been doing, and also I've had some really serious things going on in my career job. So that being said, I've been on my computer for literally 3 days straight. It's been fine. You usually get a notification when you're going to get, you got to update your computer at this time. It's going to do an automatic update, or you can choose to do that, whatever the case may be. I haven't had anything like that. Literally, as I was about to log onto StreamYard, literally about, 25 minutes ago or whenever, it was right after 9:30. I was doing good on time. I was like, let's get this done with. I'm going to pee my pants. This is nerve-wracking. My computer shut down, and it started doing every single update I've ever seen the motherfucker do. And I don't feel like it even does all those updates at the same time. And at first I was just kind of joking around like, oh, something's always preventing me from talking about this, like the powers that be or whatever. But I don't know. Do you have any thoughts about that? I guess I'm finding it a little concerning now because I am sort of just had to shift into a mindset of paranoia because weird things do happen. Anyway, where do I start with this? Okay, so I'm not going to tell you the exact details now because I really do have to preface this. Something interesting is that I was going to run the part 2 tonight, and I know I was going to last night, and I didn't. And I am sorry for that, but it was actually for a very lovely reason for me too. My best friend from my youth surprised me, and they thought I didn't have a live stream last night because my son said I did one the night before. They're like, I didn't think you did one 2 nights in a row. So that was very cool. And I thought I was just running out to grab a couple things. So my phone was on low battery, and I think I'd communicated with Kez, and then they grabbed me and I couldn't even communicate to him. So I am very sorry about that, but I'm really grateful that happened because I need to see them. It was awesome. It was very refreshing and wonderful. Old friends can do so much for your soul, right? And they didn't want to tell me they were coming in town because they were like, well, you're already also super stressed recently, and we don't want you to stress about, getting the house ready for guests, which was very nice of them because I would have been stressed about it. I would have loved to do it, but it's always just another thing, right? Train of thought, trying to organize. Okay. So I did the part 1, and the part 2 is much more extensive, meaty, long, filled with information that you might not be aware of, information that hasn't been connected in the proper way, or information that I know that you don't know because nobody knew it until, we did the work to know it. So I, lay that all out, however that happens. And then, it ends with recapping questions that I posed throughout that part 2 about, okay, now that we know this is a question, and this is a really important question. Now that we know this, a question we used to have, that's been answered. Here's the answer again. Everybody, welcome to our new reality. Let's all get on the same page because, I just feel like there is no point in all of us chasing our tails, and it's not always chasing our tails, but recently it's felt like that. And I love that there's so much interest in this case, or any case where there's issues of justice or humanity open and, not handled properly. But, it's like a lot of people saying the same things over and over again, including myself. I am guilty. I am judging no one. I am making an observation that I include myself in the topic group here. So I'm like, all right, I need to either stop talking about this case full stop, or But I'm not ready to do that because I have a lot to say, and there's still a lot of crap in that vault that I have to dump out. And I just can't leave it alone till it's empty. And I've had a few things come up where I felt like, you know what, I think this is forward movement. I don't know what forward movement feels like in this case because it's not usually available. Didn't even know if it was a reality, but this feels like it, so that's great. I'm going to stick with it. But I wanted to, put out some, with the MLM stuff, I feel like that's important just because for my own personal reasons and for the safety of people out there, because MLMs are becoming increasingly predatory, but we are not going to talk about that tonight because that would spin me way off topic. And also this huge and most important issue of justice for Shanann and her unborn baby, for Bella and for Cece and for their family members and friends who are suffering, even if they don't know, they deserve better. They do, and we know it. And I have to see it through, but I don't want to just keep running around the same hamster wheel. So I've been trying to give you upgraded quality of information, and I think that's been happening. I guess the proof of that is I hope the investigative effort for all of that resulted in what I learned today, which happened to be literally a bulk of the answers to the questions that I ended up posing at the end of the part 2, which same bat time right here and channel, unless that's the night that Jen Soto gets arrested, Sub Rosa, then we're going to party that night here. And it's going to mean a lot more now, I think, the whole, all of the content in there, all the information in there, and we can tie it together with what is known now. So I think that is really blowing my mind how that all happened. And I'm nervous, but I'm encouraged because it feels very much like forward movement. And for the first time since I have been, obsessed with the Watts case, I can clearly see, I can, map it out in my head, a possible, actually more than one possible path to actual complete justice for Shanann and for Bella and for Celeste and for that unborn baby. And that is so super encouraging. And I think that a lot of you are going to see that too, if I can explain things correctly. Let's see. No. But, okay. Okay, awesome, Kathleen. Yeah, Kathleen McKenna, author Kathleen McKenna, and my friend, more than anything, Kathleen McKenna, who is with us in chat, but she was having some difficulties. So she says hello to everybody. She's going to be on live stream this coming Saturday night, so definitely be here for that. All right. So we have never known exactly what law enforcement and District Attorney Rourke, I kind of see him as being the person that takes the brunt of the responsibility for the eventual outcome of this case, whether wonderful or horrific. At this point, I mean, I wouldn't call it horrific, but I'd call it fucked up and like not done, dude. Right? So, Chris is behind bars. Awesome. Stay there forever. Eat your earwax. You're disgusting. Grow a pair and take some responsibility for your life. It's like every single time I ever have, and this still continues, rewatch, like his interviews, right after this horrible thing he did happened, or from Dodge Correctional, I'm just more disgusted every time. You're like, damn, I thought I could not possibly be more disgusted with another human being. And oh, here I am, but it's Chris Watts again. He's just horrible. I'm not going to say anything more about that. Okay. Oops, sorry. Let me just turn off my ringer. No, thank you for texting and loving and caring. I just want to turn my ringer off because it's like seriously right next to my speaker here. Okay. And can you guys hear me okay? The live stream, the Soto live stream the other night when I went back and listened to it, it sounded like I was like, the newest exhibit at SeaWorld, and, I needed a really large tank. So I want to make sure you guys can hear me okay. Can you guys hear me okay? I just want to get some feedback in chat before I move forward. And how's everyone doing? I don't think I gave you a proper greeting, but I'm nervous again and tired. Let's see. And I know people are watching, and hello, people, and hello and thank you to the people that helped with all of this. And hello and whatever to the other people that I know are watching. I know, I see you. Don't you worry. It's 2024. We have technology. I see you. Don't worry. Let's see. Oh, hey, Chris. So great to see you. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the super chat. My Aura ring told me to rest. I'm on the couch. That's good. Was that in relation to something else, or was that to me? Or was that is your couch preventing me from talking about this case? I'm just kidding. It's really great to see you. Hi, Power Woman Radio. How are you? Hey, Nelda, how's it going? I'm not gonna say hi to everybody because I love all of you, and I want to say hi to everybody. But you guys are all great. You know how much I appreciate you. I just want to get down to the bottom of the chat here so I can learn about how the sound sounds, how the audio is, the level of quality of the current audio. I know my heart. I've been like, I tried to go for a walk right before live stream. I was just talking to Nancy and my girl, forever Captain Moderator person that wants the obsession. She's been with me forever, and I can't even tell you how amazing she is and how well she knows this case. If I give you one piece of advice ever that you should definitely follow, anybody, no matter who you are, don't fuck with Nancy, especially as it pertains to the Watts case, because she will slam you down like you don't even matter. Right, Nance? Seriously, though, she's tough. She's awesome, and she's smart. So I was talking to Nancy. I was trying to go for a walk because I really needed some fresh air to calm my nerves, and just because I've been sitting at my computer so long. And I had to come right home because it's like there's skunks everywhere. I smell them. I see their little white stripes, and I do not want to get sprayed or even worse, bitten, because, rabies is an ever-increasing problem. Thank you, Jody. I know. I just really want to know about the audio that I'm going to move forward. I'm stalling to get feedback on the audio. Hi, LJ. Awesome. Glad to see you up there. Hey, Tammy, how are you doing? Audio. How's the audio, guys? Mods, anyone? Okay. Yes? No? Dude, I need feedback. Okay, cool. Thank you, Muck Boys. Muck Boys stepping up to the plate with a hard to achieve task of saying audio sucks or it's gonna. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just picking on you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jody. And I know some of you guys answered, but the chat's moving a little fast for me because I was way up at the top and I'd scroll down to the bottom. So yeah. Okay. Thank you, guys. Okay, now you can stop talking about the freaking. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay. So we never knew exactly what investigators knew, what Rourke knew about, well, okay, a number of things. What NK knew exactly. Did they know exactly what her role in this whole horrific event was? Did they know and turn the other cheek? Like not in the good Christian way, but in like the lazy or corrupt investigator or district attorney way, right? Do they know something or some things that we totally do not know that they know, and they've just done a really good job concealing that? And if they do know those things that we do not know they know, are they things that we should know that they know? You know what I mean? Are they against the best interest of the public withholding information that, I'm assuming, they aren't withholding anything that reflects fondly upon anybody, because that's just not what they do, right? So if they are withholding things from the public that we should know or that we have a right to know, whether it rises to the level of corruption or a legal issue or an infringement upon rights and liberties, why are they doing that? How bad is it? And is it all about Nichol Kessinger? Because I feel like there's some things, and I do feel like they're all about her, really. And now we know one of those things. It's a big one of those things because it has so many implications. And no, it is not that she was, there and took part in, committing the atrocity and, the peak of it, but it is pretty damn screwed up. And when you follow it through to its logical conclusion, and also when you follow the receipts through, until the end at this, in this time of day, because we're gonna keep on this, and that we have further to go, and we have made headway, and we have resources and sources, and there's been a lot of communication going on. A lot of people that some of you have been in meetings with me or have talked, just me and you, another person, that were really, really involved in this case, kind of the characters that we recognize. And this will all be discussed someday, but right now is not the time, because they're either concerned about their own well-being. They just don't know, because they lost a friend, such a good friend, or they're so close to it. If they want this to be a huge part of their lives right now, because as soon as I say a name, then, well, we know for damn sure Zawokie's going to say that name, and so are a lot of other creators on YouTube and TikTok and wherever else, and they should, and good. That's like what we want, right? When other people get information, I say that information, as long as they're cool with it, and that's what we should do. That's how, like, we learn new things, right? And we can, together as a community, be part of justice. And sorry. All right. I'm going to not look at my phone for a little bit, guys, because I keep trying to check your text, and I love you guys so much, but I'm a terrible multitasker, and I'm already a little distracted. Here, I'm just going to play a little video for you and just give my voice a break too, because it's a little hoarse. As y'all know, it was like a week and a half ago, I went back to my career behavioral therapist job with my students, who are amazing, but oh so full of energy and naughty things. And I've been working a lot and speaking loudly a lot, and yeah, okay. All the things. I've been doing all of the things that mean that I need a freaking vacation. So whoever it is that keeps like shutting off my computer, if you want to like talk, we can work something out behind the scenes, but it's going to be an all expense paid trip, not like a Thrive all expense paid trip, but an all expense paid trip many times a year to wherever I want to go. And I have, I have a wish list. And if you want to price that out and see if I will accept your deal, we can talk. Otherwise, stop messing with my computer, man. It freaks me out. And don't worry, my computer is like freaking, it's like protected by the Navy SEALs. This guy has got like, yeah, it's good. I don't feel like I have vulnerable information, but it's just a pain in the butt. Okay. So within 20 minutes or so, I'm going to be telling you all of this without, kind of working around it. But I'm also waiting for the What's the Obsession legal team, who is, well, he's a professional. He's charging the channel exactly what he should be when I ask him to do something at the last minute on a Sunday night. And you got to do it now. Seriously, now. I don't care what you're doing. Please drop it. You got to do it. And thank you so much for doing that. I'm waiting to hear back 2 questions I had to him so I don't screw things up. Sorry, I'm looking for a video here, and it's going to give you the background. I'm going to make a connection, and then we're diving into the meat of the big deal. It's a really big deal. I want to do this in an organized way, because I'm wondering if anyone has, like, I don't think I've given you any, like, specific hints at all. I'd be so surprised. I know, like, Nancy and Kathleen and Jody and Kez, I've told you all, and Chris, like, a bit about it, or Nancy kind of the most about it. But other than you guys, if anybody, like, even got close, it would be surprising. Okay, Kelly, you are looking for the Bombshell Part 1. So just focus your eyes. identify the thumbnails as being it or not. Scroll. There we go. Jeez, I'm really like not focused right now. Okay. Thank you for your patience with my scatteredness. I was planning on doing the part 2 as a premiere, which does not require me to talk a lot because of like just like quality of my voice right now, and it's just a little less. It's a little, you know, if I'm not on my A game, it's fine. Who cares? I'm just in chat. You can never know it. So yeah. All right. Now I don't want to do a repeat of everything we already know, because we've already, you know, really talked about it. But yeah, there's some connections. There's a lot of connections. Where shall I start? Okay, this is, God, there's so much that could be said right now. But this is not going to be obviously like one-time conversation. This really is huge, and there is a lot to be said, and there's a lot to be talked about, and now there's a lot to go back over. I feel like that's always happening, but now we can go back over things with more meaning and purpose and direction, so we aren't a bunch of rabid red squirrels chasing our tails. I'm not sure why we're red, but apparently we are. All right. Witness that was granted by the FBI. We all know that she was a. Oh man, I wish the video I want to show you tonight, but I can't. I Here is what district. It has to be shown all together. It doesn't make sense, but the information's better. But be back Tuesday, and we'll do that. Attorney Rourke had to say about Nichol Kessinger first speaking with the authorities, and then I'm going to tell you how it really went down.
The intense media coverage leads to an unexpected tip.
Law enforcement got a phone call from a woman named Nichol Kessinger. She said that she had information and was offering to be interviewed as part of this investigation to offer up to investigators what she knew.
As you're going to see later on in this video, when we look at some of Nichol Kessinger's mind-blowing statements from her final interview with law enforcement on August 26, 2018. Heavens to hell. Everyone, hold on a second. I got it. About anyone else. There we go. Oh my God, cool. Whew, I got scared that this was taken down for a minute there, because if it was, then I was, yeah, that would be bad. Yeah, we guys got to be good in chat and stuff, and you know, be gracious to YouTube. Hit that freaking like, please. Share. Tell YouTube they're awesome. Tell Google you think they should make more money and you admire everything they do, because this is really important and a little sensitive. Okay. Mind-blowing statements from her final interview with law enforcement on August 26, 2018. Nichol Kessinger tends to not really care about anyone else, not a goddamn person in the world other than herself. So I don't believe that Nichol Kessinger started singing like a bird
out of the kindness of her heart, wanting to help justice, or because she cared about what happened to Shanann. Certainly not. Or, well, my Kelly, you are so wise. You know, I found out some information today, and you are exactly right. Well, thank you. I think we all knew that all along, right? She shows us who she is. But, you know, now we are crystal clear on another and possibly, and this could only be known being in her freaking skanky empanada head, empanada Stevie, empanada Veronica head. There is another major motivation that she had that I think is, I personally believe, this is just my belief though, is probably the primary and exclusive reason that she did end up talking to law enforcement. You didn't see it coming. It's kind of like back there, it's like is a player in this whole thing. But we know now, and we know now. And I'm going to share with you some of those receipt sources too in very shortly. Bella or Celeste. So why is it Nichol Kessinger ended up speaking to law enforcement, to the FBI on that first day, on the 15th, 2 days after the murder, on that very same day that she was declared by the... Oh, wait a minute. Hold it. I know. I think I just learned this in class today. I know what the answer is. Shh. Don't say it out loud. The rest of the class still needs to learn about this. Okay, shoot. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm just teasing you now. Okay. I just love that we got the answers to these questions. This is so awesome. This means we are moving forward. It is so hopeful. It's so good. The FBI, a protected witness. Why did she talk to them? I know.
Check this out from the Discovery. It should be noted that approximately 3 hours before the polygraph was scheduled to begin at 8 a.m., I received a phone call from Anadarko Regional Security Manager Tony Husky. Husky advised me he had reviewed Chris's computer, and it was possible Chris had started up a relationship with an Anadarko contracted employee. He had located emails between Chris and the contracted employee, Nichol or Nikki Kessinger. So we know that law enforcement knew about the affair at 5 a.m. on August 15th, 3 hours before the polygraph exam was about to start. And it was not until a couple hours later that Nichol Kessinger called law enforcement.
Listen, this is something else that just got like kind of on the side confirmed from the source and, you know, this whole process of what we're doing. Yeah, that is accurate. Tony Husky did contact and speak voice to voice. Well, first an email, then immediately to follow a phone conversation. And then there was an in-person meeting too. You know, around like right around 5:08 on that morning. We were right. That's when it was. We put the pieces together. It was pretty obvious. That's when it happened. And he also talked with them the prior evening. And I do not know why that is. Maybe somebody else I might be able to find that out. But I was thinking about it, I was like, why is that? Can you guys think of a reason why that would have been? Because I think that's going to be really meaningful too. But there's something we can check off the list that's verified by a vetted source.
If Anadarko is like any other corporation in America, then if something like this were to happen and they were to be implicating their employee in doing anything wrong, whether it be from an affair or having something to do with such an egregious crime, they would need to let that employee know immediately. So was it the fact that Tony Husky caught on to the affair between Chris Watts and Nichol Kessinger via the emails that he located that triggered Anadarko to contact Nichol Kessinger about it, that triggered Nichol Kessinger to finally go to law enforcement? I think that is more likely the case than Nichol going to law enforcement on her.
And there's another very important and glaring reason for Nichol Kessinger. It's all to save her own skin, and it also proves to us once again that she is one shady ass motherfucker. Nichol, you are one shady ass empanada. Look at you. Still likes to play with blocks. Yeah, that's your boyfriend's shirt. You know what? And he wears that because he has 2 little girls and a little boy on the way that's not going to be yours. Not in a boo-boo, psycho. Go find a man who's actually available. Stop stalking wives. Kessinger seriously.
Her own volition because she has a strong conscience. Let's take a listen and go a little further.
What did that cause you to do with your phone, though?
Oh, what? When I deleted those? I was just kind of grossed out by him, to be honest with you. I was just like, I don't know what's going on right now, that you just lied to me, and I don't want to see this come over my phone anymore. So I removed it.
So you already said, but
And I also did something else that was pretty freaking criminal and highly implicating of my involvement in this even more horrible crime. And I also needed to remove evidence of that. Kelly, will you tell them all what I did in just a few minutes, because I feel really guilty? No, you don't, bitch. You're just trying to make sure you're saving face with our viewers here. So why don't you go back to whining and putting your little show for Kevin Kobeck. I'm sure he'll buy it hook, line, and sinker. And we will see you in Orange eventually.
you removed text messages.
I deleted all of his stuff because he lied to me. I mean, that's what it was. It was the hurt that made me delete it. And then it was the lie.
The lie.
Start questioning everything else he'd been telling me for the last few days.
And that's when you decided to come forward.
Yes.
Now, if you've heard all of these lies that Nichol Kessinger has told before, don't you worry, because we're just getting warmed up. Aw, thanks, girl. Before we get into the stunning admissions and statements that she made in her fifth and final interview with law enforcement on August 28th, 2018, let's just briefly recall the basis of what she said to the FBI on that very first day when she met with them, the first of her 5 interviews. Remember, it was on that very same day on August 15th. I'm just going to tell you, we have about 10 more minutes of material review here that, you know, I'm just playing this because it establishes the foundation that I need to introduce the huge stuff. So, it gives it the most meaning we can have. You can all have your freaking brilliant thoughts from there, and I'm sure you'll help me think of things I haven't even thought of, which is going to help this whole process of us uncovering things quicker and moving things quicker along. Thank you so much for doing that, you smart little devils. And yeah, but that just has to happen. So I just want to give you an expectation there. There's part of this video here where I don't know what happened, but my video quit and the audio keeps going. So you're just staring at this really close-up part of discovery for a moment, but it's okay. Close your eyes and visualize. It's all good. Before the first of her 5 interviews ended, that the FBI decided that Nichol Kessinger will be a protected witness.
I met Chris
In more ways than one.
and we kind of talked in passing and then started to get to know each other. We started hanging out pretty frequently around, I want to say like the last week of June, somewhere around there. He informed me that he did have 2 kids, and he also told me that he was currently in the process of a separation from his wife. As far as I knew, that was becoming pretty finalized.
Now, one of the fundamental problems is that when Nichol Kessinger started dating Chris Watts, divorce was not on the horizon whatsoever for Shanann and Chris. Nobody was planning it. It had not been discussed, but divorce was not going to be in their future at all. I think even when Chris Watts started dating Nichol Kessinger, divorce was not in his future with his marriage to his wife, Shanann. Well, we know at least that is true because in the only email correspondence between Chris Watts and Nichol Kessinger, which all happened on June 12th, 2018, Nichol Kessinger says this to Chris Watts.
I'm looking for someone to build a beautiful life with. Seems so simple, but so unrealistic sometimes. Build something similar to what you have done with your wife and those cute little girls. I do believe in karma, so out of respect for myself, you, and your family, I think it's best if we keep that friendship at work.
It's only at a certain point during that relationship, 6 weeks as they tell it, did the idea of divorce become a reality. That fundamental lie that Nichol Kessinger told law enforcement from right off the bat is a lie that she had to contend with throughout all of the 5 hours upon hours upon hours of interviews with law enforcement, all throughout. And I hope she's still contending with it today in her conscience. After all, as I know that y'all know, this was an absolutely horrific, egregious, unthinkable case that deserved the most earnest, hardworking investigation and investigators, and nothing but the truth from anybody who could provide a truth that might allow investigators, the families of the victims, and the world to better understand this heinous crime.
My name is Michael J. Rourke. I'm the district attorney here in Weld County, Colorado. I was the lead prosecutor on the Christopher Watts case.
And if you truly want complete justice for the victims of this case, then right here, my friend, is one of our biggest problems. And although District Attorney Rourke might not lie as much as Nichol Kessinger as it relates to this case, in fact, he certainly doesn't. I mean, he's got the record hands down on that. He does tell lies to the public, to his public, to the people that he's supposed to be serving, and the people around the world who are terrorized by this case. Oh yeah, there's a little audio blip here and then the video. I don't know what happened. Sure it was my fault because I made the video. Sorry. He tells blatant lies about what he knows about Nichol Kessinger's part in this crime, about what she knew, about what perhaps she did. Clearly, this was an attempt to just keep everyone happy so he could get his conviction, but not try or even begin to actually investigate the case, to do the work. But maybe there were also more sinister reasons for his lies.
My name is Michael J. Rourke. I'm the district attorney here in Weld County, Colorado. I was the lead prosecutor on the Christopher Watts case. Nichol Kessinger turned out to have information that I can best describe as being a bombshell.
Let's take a quick look at what it is we know that District Attorney Rourke knows about Nichol Kessinger and her role in the investigation and her role in Chris Watts' life during the time that was being investigated, which was prior to and contemporaneous to the murders of Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and baby Nico.
The girlfriend you referenced in court, can you give us a better idea of her role in the investigation, how forthcoming she was, and how she helped?
She originally came forward and spoke to investigators on her own volition. Prior to the time, unfortunately, that she came in and spoke with investigators, she had deleted all of the information off of her phone that had any connection between her and Chris Watts. That hampered the investigation. That hampered our ability to get that electronic digital connection between the two. She was interviewed on multiple occasions. I believe that for the most part, she was forthcoming in the course of those investigations.
Tells me every time I hear it. You know, it's like I believe for the most part she was forthcoming in those interviews or interrogation, whatever he just said. And just the way he says it too, he doesn't mean it, not at all. And just like, by the way, as I pointed out, I actually tallied it up recently. The total minutes, hours and minutes of recorded interview, except for the part for those two phone interviews that were super inappropriate anyway, that Kevin Kobeck did not follow up with appropriate investigative notes for the record of law, which is about what we're doing here, Kobeck. But then we have the manuscripts and transcripts for that I read out on the channel in two different videos. They're on the 17th and 23rd. I did create a playlist of NK's interviews that is a complete playlist as far as we know of every single word that she uttered through an interview that was either audio recorded or not, because, well, we don't want them to hear that, but it's okay. I got it anyway. And I think it's something like 8 hours and 47 minutes. So to say that I think that for the most part she was forthcoming, I don't fucking know, was like his attitude, that's not saying much. Because if you're blabbing for 8 hours and 47 minutes, and for most of it, Rourke, hey man, guess what? Hey buddy, I know what you know. I know what you knew at that time. At least the stuff that I wanted to know, if you knew it or not at that time. And you know exactly what was going on. Bold-faced lie to the public. Shame on you. I hope you don't ever have the nerve to ask the public for their vote their literal vote or their vote of confidence in your work anymore. And oh God, let's see, we have like a month and a half. Is anyone here from Colorado and licensed to practice law? If not, do you know anyone in Colorado who is licensed to practice law? Because we need to find one of those people real quick. Get them over to Weld County. I probably can find somebody who can vouch for them having an address in Weld County for at least 6 months. It's all good. Let's get them on the ticket, because we're anyway. I'm sorry, just about that one thing he says there. It sticks strongly with me every time, and for good reason. I just want to get to the part here where I'm talking about David Prill, or is it Michael Prill? My brain's a little fuzzy right now. Michael Prill, detective who authors the timeline in the discovery and the commentary on it, including the introduction to it. And if you'll remember when we discussed the part one, and in this part one video, I, for the first time, really appreciated some super important, interesting things that he wrote. And you guys helped me realize a couple other things. So thank you. And together we understood that that was really important. As soon as we hear about that, then I can go into what I'm allowed to say about new information.
Oh, what? When I deleted those? I was just kind of grossed out by him, to be honest with you. I was just like, I don't know what's going on right now, but you just lied to me. And I don't want to see this come over my phone anymore. So I removed it.
So you you already said, but you removed text messages.
I deleted all of his stuff because he lied to me. I mean, that's what it was. It was the hurt that made me delete it. And then
now listen, I'm going to tell you this. When he's asking these questions here, okay, Kobach knows when, and you know how, oh yeah, okay, this is just clicking for me. You know how he leads her through this whole, he guides her through this whole minefield of why did you destroy potentially incriminating evidence, which, by the way, can very well likely would, in this case, carry felony charges against your skanky little ass in Colorado. Why'd you do that, NK? Why? You're such a little hottie bo toddy. I have a big crush on you. Why couldn't you just be an upstanding citizen? Because those are the kind that I like. I am in law enforcement. Why did you do it? Let me just guide you through this. We now know that he had to do that for her sake, for what she wanted out of going to them in the first place, her main reason for even participating in this investigation, to find Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and know what happened to that poor unborn little baby. She didn't give a shit about them. And he also knew, I gotta be careful, hold it. He also knew by her own admission that happened at the front end of things when she and her dad started wheeling the dealing. Hey, here we are, law enforcement. Okay, listen, you're investigating this. I got to tell you something. Don't know if you know this or not, but blah, 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 blah. Yes, of course they know the reaction. But hey, listen, while I was dating dude, oh, shit, Dad, can you just tell him for me? Dad, I don't know how it went down, honestly. I didn't learn about that. She made them aware that she was terrified of being charged of it with other crimes. And there is information on my phone about that would be incriminating. Listen, I'll tell you everything you want to know about Chris Watson. I know all the goods. Oh my God. I'm gonna help you with this investigation. I'm gonna make sure you guys look like heroes, that you get awards and rewards and plaques and statues and things that are taller than the tallest man alive, that stand erected in the Weld County criminal whatever, because that's exactly what happened, right? I'm going to make you heroes, but this is what I need. And really, in the grand scheme of things, we're considering murders of babies and shit. It's not that big a deal, but listen, this is what I did, guys. And initially, they just granted her what she wanted. I'm not going to say anything more right now. Let me just get through the Michael Pearl part, and then we'll continue that.
And it was the lie that made me start questioning everything else he'd been telling me for the last few days.
And that's when you decided to come forward.
Yes.
So just for context,
Yes.
when people delete stuff off phones, usually we go,
No,
hold on a second.
no. It wasn't
that's why I wanted
malicious at all. It wasn't malicious at all.
Dude, oh my God. Oh.
He lied to me. It just
wait a
hurt.
minute.
Like I had never felt.
Now that I know what I know and that you're going to know in just a couple minutes, I'm so sorry. I'm not meaning to be a jerk by doing this, but just it's the only way that, or I'm going to miss pieces that are really important. What he just said right there is a whole different meaning, and it's crystal clear. Let me just play that one more time, and I'm going to bookmark it so we can go back to it in a couple minutes. Oh, this is insane. We know so much more.
Text messages.
I deleted all of his stuff because he lied to me. I mean, that's what it was. It was the hurt that made me delete it. And then it was the lie that made me start questioning everything else he'd been telling me for the last few days.
And that's when you decided to come forward.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, what he says right here. He is saying this not to kind of be like, man, I always took it like, Jesus, you're a little frustrating, woman, like, or whatever you are. Remember how a lot of people thought she was actually, so I know a lot of people do, a lot of learned people think that. I know, wink, wink, I see you. I say, I know, I got you. I always definitely took it like he was kind of annoyed with her, and he had to act like, you know, he was the adult in the room at least a little bit, especially because her dad's there watching, and there's that damn video camera over his shoulder, you know, that she looks at so many times in all the right, you know, at all the right moments to let us clearly know that she is very aware of the act that she is putting on for a reason. Oh, so this is so juicy. So he didn't say that because he was getting annoyed with her. He said that for her benefit because she needed that to be said, which sounds backwards right now, but it isn't. And I'm wondering how many other things we've listened to that sounded a certain way, but we kind of got it backwards because, you know, I don't know, like some people just want to do their job, or I still don't understand why this went so wrong. And maybe I know that Anadarko has more money than all of us put together times a lot, but don't want to insult anyone's income or anything. And I'm sure that Anadarko was a factor. I mean, they had to be. Entities with that much money have that much power, and they are never not a player at the table, right? So there had to be some aspect of that there, but how did all of these law enforcement and professional people, how did they all get away with doing this? And I don't know, I've always thought, you know, there is incomplete justice because there is the NK issue now. But, you know, it might go for, I don't know. Sorry. I'm going to keep playing this.
So just for context,
yes.
When people delete stuff off phones, usually we go,
No,
hold on a second.
No. It wasn't
and that's why I wanted
malicious at all. It wasn't malicious at all. He lied to me. It just hurt. Like I had never felt like he'd ever lied to me before. And it was a big lie. I mean, right. Telling somebody that you're in the midst of a divorce and then you have a wife that has a 15-week-old baby on the way is a huge, huge thing. And I was very taken back, and it was hurt. And so at that point, I deleted it. I had a few more quick things to say to him, and then I just got rid of him. That's literally what I did. I just cut him out of my life. It would have honestly been like a bad breakup kind of thing. Like if none of this other stuff would have happened, that's what it would have been.
But I'm the only millennial in the world that doesn't know about that block feature on my cellular device, handheld device.
That would have been the end of it.
The information was not destroyed because there was anything in there that would be harmful to you or potentially to Chris at this point, but harmful to you in particular. That's not what you did.
No,
You did it out of.
No. Unless you're talking about a different crime altogether, kind of, sort of. Ooh, yikes. This gets a little murky.
Excuse my language. This guy's an asshole, so I'm getting rid of him, and I'm getting this stuff off my phone.
That was like me kicking him out of my life.
Okay.
And then, like I said, and then realizing that he lied, that was when I was like, okay, maybe his family is in danger and they're not coming back and they're not staying with a friend.
Okay, so and even if he was an asshole, it's all good because I am well versed in double penetration, and I got another one somewhere, I think. Anyway,
Spoken about this in a number of other videos, so I don't want to belabor the point, although it is a critical point as we are looking at the career of District Attorney Rourke, his actions as it is concerned with the Chris Watts case and the murders of Shanann, Bella Celeste, and baby Nichol, and also as far as the way that he characterizes Miss Nichol Kessinger. He uses interesting words here, such as hampers the investigation, saying rather than, I don't know, she obstructs the investigation, which is a felony in Colorado, as is destruction of evidence, which we all know is a crime that Nichol Kessinger committed, as she even says so herself. It's important to know that the entire reason Nichol Kessinger gave law enforcement for deleting Chris Watts' messages and anything else having to do with him off of her phone is a complete lie. The reason that she gives them is that she did not know that Chris Watts' wife, Shanann, was pregnant. And it wasn't until Tuesday morning, the day after the murders, when she was reading the newspaper, did she find that out. I have proven time and time again on this channel, as have other people, that the fact that Nichol Kessinger did not know Shanann was pregnant prior to that Tuesday, the day after the murders, is a complete and unequivocal lie. It's just as important to know that District Attorney Rourke also must have known that the reason Nichol Kessinger gave law enforcement for deleting all of Chris Watts' information off of her phone, including call records and text messages, he also knows that's total BS, total lie. Through the course of the investigation, as it outlines in the discovery, there are several times during the time period while Nichol Kessinger was dating Chris Watts, before and after, that Nichol Kessinger Googled the name Shanann Watts, which would have brought her to Shanann Watts' Facebook.
Joyce, I got to be up in 6 hours for work too. And I was telling some of my moderators here, I have one of the most important meetings. I have a really important meeting first thing in the morning. I really am not trying to drag this out for you. It just, I'm not going to make it make the best sense. And I don't know, maybe I should have just done tomorrow night anyway. But here we are. So moving along.
Facebook page where Shanann Watts, during the course of her pregnancy, talked many times about how excited she was to be pregnant and posted about the baby Watts to be in her belly at that moment. And District Attorney Rourke saw all of that. What else did District Attorney Rourke know about Nichol Kessinger as it relates to this case? Well, District Attorney Rourke knew about the information contained within Investigator Prill's summary in the discovery that precedes the official discovery timeline of the phone data extraction. Omitting some important things, but we'll talk about that later. It says, during my review of the data extracted from the phones belonging to Chris Watts, Shanann Watts, and Nichol Kessinger, certain information was learned. Agent Darren Ford conducted logical extractions of the data from the phones. In conversations with Ford, he advised that the Northern Colorado Forensic Laboratory does not possess technology to perform the physical data extractions from Apple devices. Thus, I discovered the extracted data is not inclusive of all data stored amongst the assorted applications within a given device.
Now, wait a minute. what I'm saying here, and I'm reading kind of quickly, is so important, especially today, and for a number of reasons, even before today. Now, I was watching, I watched a couple of channels, a couple of new channels. God, I meant to remember what they were so I could recommend them to it. Found a couple people talking about the Watts case. I liked them. One was Unapologetically Me. I don't think I'd ever come across her channel before. I think she did a great job. She did a really great job. I mean, it was great. And I just also want to say that she cited another channel I think does a great job. Footprints. What is it, guys? Oh, I'm just tired. I've been aware of this channel. I've watched it several times. Like, I should know the name. Footprints of Murder. I don't know. Something like that. I'm so sorry. I don't know right now. She does a great job. She's very thorough. And she says that in the video, a couple of videos I watched of hers anyway, she took some of the video material screenshots from that channel. So I guess they're like simpatico. And so I just wanted to, in recommending her, give that channel credit too. And I watched a video from I can't remember, some psychology channel that I normally would know the name of. I'm just too tired. And I can't remember which one of them said, because I took notes of a couple things that they both said about the case that I don't mean to sound in how I'm going to sound when I'm saying this, because I am obviously a psycho. I have a channel called Watts the Obsession. Okay, I get it, right? I don't expect, and I raise the bar for myself. I better know exactly what I'm talking about, and I better get it right if I have the nerve to have a channel with that name and go out there on the streets of YouTube, right? Like, that wasn't ever my plan. So this is all kind of a little weird for me when I think about it. But anyway, one of them said that, or maybe it was Neeks Peaks. I watched one of her videos. Someone said that they found the secret calculator app right away before, anything was even done with the text messages or whatever. And that's one of the reasons they knew about Nichol Kessinger. That is not the case. And there's really important reasons why we need to understand that here. That's why I'm pointing it out, not to let you know that I know more than somebody else, because sometimes I know less than somebody else. But I'm just starting to lose my mind. So what he's saying here is, they were going through the phone, doing the logical extractions. He, out of his own curiosity, because what the frick, this is messed up. And he clearly had an off feeling about Kessinger, and obviously rightfully so. I think he was probably the most onto her and willing to, do what he needed to do as a law enforcement dude to hold her accountable. I feel that Baumhover was the same way, and I don't really see any of the other key players as being that way. Maybe they weren't, I'm just not aware. I don't know, but I really have the sense that he was onto her. I mean, he lets us know that. Because of, the sort of really thorough work that he was doing, he noticed some files had an extension that identified them as not being from, your local phone storage area for photos. That's where they would typically go, unless you sent them elsewhere. If you received them through a text message or you took them yourself or whatever, right? Most of your phones are probably like that. You know what I mean? So he's like, what's up with this? And so he's trying to figure it out. It's got to be somewhere in the report. And it occurred to him, oh, shit, that's not on this report. He's about to say a few more words about it that I'm going to let him say through reading the discovery, because I don't know enough about this to say those words in the right order. Here he is. Nor does activity involving those applications necessarily reflect in the data extracted. For example, Watts had a secret calculator application uploaded to his phone. This application, by all appearances, is an operable calculator, but when users enter a secret passcode, the application reveals its true purpose: a concealed storage device for photographs, videos, contacts, even a private browser. In mid-July 2018, Watts began transferring images from his camera application into the secret application. This activity is not reflected within the phone's timeline. Locating those transferred images proved challenging, as it was predicated on mere curiosity. I searched. Okay, so He says, and this is important, locating those, where is this there? Locating those images proved challenging because it was predicated on mere curiosity or something like that. I can't find it in here. Oh, wait, there it is. Oh, yeah, I think I said right. He says, I'm just going to read it like in real time now because I want to slow it down to make the points. I searched through the images stored within the data files featured in the Celebrite report for item 41. Watsy Tatsy's phone. Howdy Watsy Tatsy's phone. Locating an image not highlighted in the timeline. I reviewed the path within the file information and noticed it included the word secret calculator. So he inadvertently, because he's doing a good job, is really checking things out. He's looking at every file carefully. So he said, locating an image not highlighted in the timeline, which is what the Celebrite report spits out. That's the product of the Celebrite report. Timeline referred to here. I reviewed the path within the file information and noticed it included the words secret calculator. That is when the secret calculator situation was discovered. And that whole, that deep part of the investigation of the phone happened not too long. Well, I can't safely say that. So I'm just going to read from the discovery. I don't want to say anything that is wrong here because this becomes more important than we realized, I think, than a lot of us realized. Maybe you already knew. Why didn't you let me know, guys? Right.
And access the secret calculator. That search will include any additional photographs.
Hold on, horsey. This is it.
Okay. In the timeline, I reviewed the path within the file information and noticed it included the words secret calculator. Using the find feature, I searched the 12,000 images stored in the phone's memory using the keyword secret calculator. I located a vast collection of images otherwise undetected during my review that are stored within this application. In the near future, a follow-up warrant will be
a vast number of images. I wonder how, Mr. Rourke, would you mind coming on to the live stream on Friday evening and telling us what your definition of vast is? Because I think that's important. Okay, so now listen very carefully to this next sentence.
Oops, detected during my review that are stored within this application. In the near future, a follow-up warrant will be sought. This is important. To manually search through this phone and access the secret calculator. That search will include any additional photographs or videos, any browser activity, and information related to this installation date. The last sentence in this report says, investigation continues. Please forward to the district attorney's office.
Oh, interesting. Wow. Oh, shit. Huh. So Michael Prill found some little secret pockets within the Hotsy Watsy's phone that, very likely if he wasn't such, a thorough detective and investigator, would have, been able to loophole right beyond the ever-knowing, product of a Celebrite report, which, most people consider to be sort of the standard of, dumping all that information out of your phone. You're not hiding anything. Well, at this point in time, with Apple phones specifically, that wasn't the case. Apple, you're so damn clever. Thank you for fooling our law enforcement agents. That's awesome of you. Couple things. When was this date? What was the date here? I wonder what the date is here. You know what? I think I'm just going to let my former self say that because I got to get Jennifer water so I can keep talking. Not former self, like, you know what I'm saying. The video. Right.
at 3:08 on 10:30.
I know, driving some of you crazy, and I apologize, but this ain't easy for me either, babe.
Where it says, investigation continues. Please forward to the district attorney's office.
Michael J.
End of
Rourke?
report.
Is that what you referred to?
Something important to understand about this report by Detective Michael Prill is that it is dated at 3:08 on 10/30, 2018, or October 30th, 2018.
Wow. October 30th, 2018. So, all right, it was on October 30th, 2018. He's getting his shit together. He's comprising that report. He's realizing, we have unattended to business. This is a big crime. We better attend to that business, man. That is how investigation goes down. That is the standard that we should expect of ourselves. We want to call ourselves law enforcement agents or district attorneys. 2 babies are dead, and a pregnant woman is dead at the hands of a husband with other super shady, suspicious situations going on that I don't think Michael Prill knew of at that time, but I know that District Attorney Rourke, Kevin Kobach, and, sorry, girlfriend, I am always a girl's girl, but I gotta say it, girlfriend, Tammy Lee knew about. Oh my gosh. So, Michael Prill with, I think, in my opinion, a proper sense of justice and the balls to execute that justice, was just going to do what he needed to do to keep that investigation on the right track, right? Because that's what we expect of the people who we elect or pay through our taxpayer dollars to protect us and our children and our friends and our society and the system of justice that protects us. And we almost always do so without complaining or giving them a hard time and offering these people nothing but our respect and compliance, even if it's because I just peed my pants and I'm really afraid of what's going to happen because I've never been in this situation before. And lawman, you scare me, which happened to me once. But we're not going to talk about that right now. I didn't do anything bad either. It was a traffic infraction. Not even rising to level of speeding. People are ridiculous. So, okay, wait, let me just play a little couple, probably, I don't know, less than a minute more of this. Sip water, play.
So where was the next place this report was going to go? To the district attorney's office. And you better believe straight away.
In fact, District Attorney, the Honorable Michael J. Rourke, his wife says, who has the most venerable, is the word she uses, trial record in the history of Colorado. Damn, girl. Wow. You got yourself some man there. That's a sack of shit. That's so not true. Anyway, Michael Rourke, and when he's on his wifey's podcast, Survivor's Guide to True Crime, which if it weren't for that one episode, I think could be a pretty decent podcast, but you guys screwed up. Oh, well. He talks about, he speaks very highly of Michael Prill, saying that they are personal friends. And there's another interview where he talks about as well, where of course it's almost like he's like maybe thinking of a specific situation. We have boundaries are where they should be professionally, blah, blah, blah. It's not like, I'm blabbing about, things I shouldn't be when he's a, detective and I'm the district attorney or vice versa. That's just the vibe I got. But he speaks about, how thorough he is, that he's an exemplar investigator, detective, that he does everything on the up and up, that he is the man that you want to be in charge of any aspect of your, homicide investigation, because he is the one who's going to get shit done right. And he's going to make sure that nothing gets in his way. And it happens every time, all the time, except for this time. And I wonder why this time was so important. I think it's crazy that Michael Rourke himself, I'm not going to say what I was just going to say because it was just catty. Michael Rourke himself, touts these qualities of Michael Prill and puts him on that pedestal. Yet we know, us silly little junior detectives, we should leave him alone. We all know the connection they have through this case and the roles that they were entrusted to hold in this case to ensure justice. Mr. Rourke, you just hit on yourself again. You're so stupid. But we don't have to get into that, but we eventually will. Okay, hold it. Sorry. Water. Stay in focus.
The date that Chris Watts pled guilty to the murders of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste and some additional charges with aggravating circumstances and to handle the crime in the death of baby Nico, who was not yet born, that date was November 6th, 8 days after this report was generated. Now, contained in this report generated by Detective Michael Prill, there are some important things. There is the search for Shanann Watts that heads off that timeline that certainly would have stood out boldly to District Attorney Rourke from September 1st, 2017, well before District Attorney is aware of this. Nichol or Chris Watts claimed that they ever had met well before that time. He also would have read all of the lines, the timeline event entries that noted the various searches during the relationship span of Chris Watts and Nichol Kessinger, where she had Googled Shanann's name. And he would have learned very quickly that when doing so, you would have gone to Shanann's Facebook page where she would have spoken excitedly and proudly about her family and about her baby who is still inside her belly that she was so super excited for. Baby Watts, as she called little Nico on her Facebook posts. District Attorney Rourke also would have known, because he just read it in the report, that Michael Prill anticipated on generating more search warrants to more completely search the phones for things that are hidden underneath the surface, like this hidden calculator app that he explained. It took some effort to really find it, to get in there, to find the contents of it, because, well, it's supposed to be secret. And I guess for even people who know how to extract information from a phone, it still remained pretty secret if it was not for Michael Prill's commitment to finding the truth. District Attorney Rourke would have had a very clear understanding that between all of the messages and information that was deleted by Nichol Kessinger and all of the information that we now know was hidden into the depths of the cell phone of at least Chris Watts and possibly Nichol Kessinger as well, that what he did know about Nichol Kessinger was pretty damn incriminating. And what he didn't know, well, oh my gosh, there was a whole lot he didn't know. And the nature of that information must have been something interesting, because she and he, Nichol and Chris, have been trying so damn hard to conceal it.
Nichol Kessinger turned out to have information that I can best describe as being a bombshell.
Oh, yeah? Is that true, District Attorney Rourke? She has information that could just be described as being a bombshell. What exactly could that possibly be? We know that she was not an eyewitness, because we overhear that being said during one of her interviews when there is talk between the agents from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Take a listen.
Yes.
Tammy.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm Cece Galbraith. Nice to meet you. How are you doing? All right. Getting through it? Trying. Yeah.
Stressing out.
Stressing out. Yeah, you look stressed out. Did you get some therapy figured out? I'm waiting for you guys to get back to me on that, but I'm trying to. Yeah. Does Hazel need to?
Yeah, we're going to see if Hazel comes in. So Weld County's I had to write a letter yesterday for Weld County to approve to pay for.
Don't work so hard, Kev.
Oh.
And then
seriously, take a day off.
Because it's kind of unusual.
Yeah.
Since she's not an eyewitness.
Right.
But it sounded like there was not going to be any opposition to it. It's just a process.
Yeah. Okay.
So when you go through the text messages, Tammy and probably Stacey will be there.
Okay.
So you guys know each other.
Okay.
Or if they reach out to you, you know that they're not an idiot.
Yeah. Can you guys give me your card?
Yeah.
Really? I gotta grab you one. Okay, I just,
Thank
now
you.
with this new phone, it's like I got so many numbers that I'm just.
Who had an affair with Chris Watts, told our partners at the Denver Post that she hardly knew anything about Shanann and that she had only recently started a relationship with Chris. Well, there's now evidence to suggest that she knew about Shanann almost a year before the murders.
Contact 7 investigates Jace Larson here in the studio with that part of this grim story. Jace?
Yeah, guys, police interviewed Nichol Kessinger, the other woman. She came forward to police about.
Okay, so I need somebody, and probably I don't know, maybe one person or two people that I need a person or two. And now this is not going to be just so we can keep this focused. This is going to be I'm having you come up on panel because I want you to express all your awesome opinions and smartness and things that I usually love to hear from you. This is so I can structure a conversation that is going to and through the course of that conversation, those listening will by osmosis be privy to the information that I have hot in my hands. And that's how it just needs to be done. So like, Chris, would you be interested in coming up? And who else? And again, this is like not an opinion thing. I really do have to keep it streamlined, and I have to focus, and I have to be aware of what's being discussed. Where the frick did you go? Whoever is messing with my computer, it's okay. You've already committed your corruption, and we all know it. Stop messing with my computer. Go do something more important. Tell your family how they're going to bail you out. Just kidding. I mean, maybe, who knows? Let me just get down chat here. They did reach. Oh, this is something that I found out through a long time ago from. If any of you were around when I slipped and said who this person is, please do not repeat it, because it's my friend Alex, who I went to law school with. I didn't finish law school. He did. He's amazing. He's a public defender. He's just awesome. Most of you guys know about Alex. If you don't worry about it, because you probably don't want me talking about him anyway. But after what super long story. But anyway, it was he who, through his interest in this case that I kept encouraging, and then he finally was like, shut up, and just wanted to like pop a pacifier in my pie hole. And he ended up being really interested in it and seeing some issues of justice that he thought he might want to address, because he is the founding person of a really just doing really important work, non-for-profit that started out in Newark, New Jersey, where I went to law school, and Chris has a connection there too. And anyway, so he found out a couple things that I never would have been able to find out. I don't think anyone other than a skilled attorney like himself would have been able to find out. He told me I was too I don't know. I wasn't thinking straight and realizing how should have been confidential, and I blabbed a little too much. But the cat was out of the bag at that point. He was able to learn from one of the most reliable sources you could have in this case that they recovered all of Skankiata's text messages with Chris Watts. They didn't feel that there was a single one that they missed, not a single one, during the investigative time frame. At that time, I guess I just didn't even think to have him look into, or he didn't think to, or maybe he didn't tell me because he's like, loose ships think ships, and I don't see your bow anymore. To ask separately or at all in a detailed way about, third-party applications, but that was never addressed when, we were onto that. But he did learn that much, so that is kind of interesting. And I'm going to put the link in chat, so whoever's going to come up here and partner with me. And sorry, I don't mean to be a jerk, but I just want to know who it's going to be first. Chris is good because we converse well like that. I didn't even see if you responded yet or not. And I know there's a bunch of other people. Justice A through Z. There's so many of you. I feel like I'm being a jerk by picking out people and then not reading other names because I love y'all. But I think you guys know what I'm saying too. And thank you so much. Fallon. Oh, awesome. Thanks, Justice. Fan lady. Awesome. Thank you so much for the super chat and for becoming a member too. 100% believe they were involved to some capacity. They were in debt and desperately needed to sell, which they did officially to Oxy and to Occidental. I have another thing called that OXY on my mind. Wink, wink. So you're talking about Anadarko. Yeah, I mean, they just like simply must have been involved to some degree because again, no one has that much money without having even more power. And anyone with that much power, they're always, even if, for maintaining their status in, everything, they're always going to have a place at the table and it's always going to be a voice and they're usually it's going to be the loudest one, even if they don't give a shit. So there like has to be involvement somehow. Okay. So, all right. So I'm going to bring you guys up. So I have Justice A through Z and Chris and Marie. Do I know? I feel like such a jerk saying this. Marie, do I know you? But I just want to make sure you're all like good with like what I'm saying and stuff. You know what? Actually, you're still behind just because of the content of tonight. You're still behind. You're still backstage. Nobody can see you. But even if like, you just turn the camera of your computer or phone on just for a second so I can see that you're actually someone there. I just got to be careful. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a jerk. And then when I see that I can let you up. Okay. I happen to know that Justice and Chris, well, they usually show up as being actual people. I hope they do this time too, because if not, I'm really confused. Good, Marie. Do you know how to turn the camera on, sweetheart? Okay, I'll wait for me. I'm looking to see if you can do that. So, hey guys, how are you doing?
I'm good, Kelly. How are you?
Good. And here, I need to change the format of this real quick so I can add an item. What item am I trying to add? I'm nervous. Why is that? I've never seen that before. I'm going to cancel that. Why is this happening? Okay. Just 1 second. Let me get you up on screen there. Okay.
It sounds like you've been on your computer a little much the last few days.
Oh my God. It's just like been way too much. But I mean, what are the chances? I mean, literally like 3 days straight. I mean, I really needed rest this weekend and I neglected that. I neglected taking care of myself. Hate it when that happens. But what are the chances that just at the moment I'm logging into StreamYard, it would do this like unprecedented, abnormal, extensive, preventing me from doing what I'm intending to do? It's just weird. It's weird
Probably
to me.
Not a coincidence, in my opinion.
I used to not think that. I used to be like, no, people are kind of cuckoo and they think like that. And I saw you went down, Marie. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be rude or anything. Please don't feel like I'm being anything. It's me. It's not anyone else. Trust me, it's me. I'm a little basket Casey. I'm sure you can tell. So, yeah, I used to not like think that stuff. Oh, there. Okay, there Marie's back. So just turn your camera on, sweetheart, if you can for a minute, or if you want to keep it on the screen too. But I do think that now. I mean, especially after what happened with the Kylie Rodney case, but I don't want to go into that either.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Okay. So, why don't you guys just chat for a minute? Tell me what you think of just, I don't know, the vagueness so far. I just want to, I need to pull up another document and then we'll start talking about it. I'm going to ask you questions. You're going to respond. You get the point. Some things will be stated by yourselves. Some things will be stated by myself or self, but not all by myself or yourself or any one self, because working with others is important. We all need to share. Go ahead. Talk, please.
Well, who's the other guest with the cute puppy dog?
Oh, that's Chris. That's Chris. You know Chris. Yeah.
Chris, I'm 1 month away.
Before, a long time ago.
She's my behavioral therapy friend, or yeah, she's like, we have similar career education things, sort of. Yeah, we know we do. We definitely do. You guys have been on panel together. Yeah, you two have been. No, I'm talking about Chris. And you and I have a lot in common too, but you guys have been on panel together before.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, cool.
I remember the cute puppy dog, Chris. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, great. Perfect. Good audio. Yep.
Good deal.
So what do you guys think about whatever we've been talking about so far? Anything?
Kelly, my ADHD brain is trying to dig through all of the hay to get to the bombshell, and I know it's in there. And there's pieces that have been kind of dropped before, or maybe dots we didn't connect.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there's a method to your madness and not expressly stating it. And
Well,
so
we're going to right now, or maybe you're going to, but we're gonna narrow it down. Even if we have to play charades. But do you have any
okay.
idea? Do you have any idea what the bombshell evidence is? It is what I believe was the sole and motivating reason why Nichol Kessinger even went to law enforcement. It had nothing to do with concern for the victims. But in an ancillary way, it had to do with what eventually happened, and it's something you and I have talked about. Don't talk about very much on my channel, and I need to get this legal document up before I can proceed, though. So I'm going to just do that, and then we'll continue talking to that. And how about you, Justice A through Z?
Well, I have 100% faith in you, and it's kind of like we're in a game, waiting to get to the next puzzle piece. So
Yeah, I know.
It's
Well,
good. It's good.
yeah.
I like the suspense.
But it's
Okay,
so
cool.
fun.
Well, first of all, just to, be like, oh, I got something that's like exclusive or breaking news. And then to just like, get on a live to blurt it out. It's just not my style. Like, I wouldn't do that. That's like, that I wouldn't do it. Like, what's the value of that? You know what I mean? But like the whole picture that's coming together is just critically important. So, wait, just 1 second. Talk amongst yourselves. Give me like 90 seconds. I just got to
It's
focus.
only been 6 years in the making.
Right.
Yep.
I'm going silent for a minute.
Okay. So is it Carol? I'm sorry. I'm terrible with names.
No, that's my mom, though.
Oh,
I'm Chris.
Chris, thank you. I had the C right.
You did.
What state are you in, if you want to share?
I'm in Georgia.
Okay, I'm in Ohio.
Okay. Oh, Ohio.
Oh,
Man, y'all
yeah.
are all over the news. God bless.
Oh, I literally live about 2 minutes from Springfield, less than 2 minutes.
Oh, take care of yourself and your mental health and all the things.
Oh, it's terrible.
Feels like you
terrible.
are at ground zero right now.
They had bomb threats through the weekend. There's a really good college there, Wittenberg University. They had to close it down. It's a remarkable university. They closed it down.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And actually, a good friend of my daughter's was going to Wittenberg until she graduated this last year. Thank goodness she wasn't there. I would have been worried for her.
I just hope we have this case solved before the asteroid comes and hits us. Whenever it comes and hits us.
Dude, I'm working as fast as I can, okay? Don't put that kind of pressure. All right, hold it.
Well, I'm trying to read the chat. It'd be interesting to see. I know there's been so many theories earlier. Someone said something about maybe NK was already in witness protection before the incident, which I thought was an interesting theory. Someone said
I think that's interesting too, but I do not know anything about that.
And someone else said, I wish I had, there's no way I can flag them or anything. There was another theory that she, and this, I believe this, that she had probably had relationships with people higher up at Anadarko, since this was her dream job. She certainly didn't start her mission with a field operator that was socially awkward. So, maybe this goes higher up, and for the work I do, I've done a lot of M&A activity. Believe it or not, they bring in a lot of psychologists for that. It's a very fragile time for any company. You don't want anything. I could tell this crazy story, but I won't because I'm under an NDA. They will hide just about anything and going through the M&A process.
Yeah.
So
wait, what is it? Who will hide just about anything?
Sorry, they when you're going through an M&A, merger and acquisition, which
my God, everything goes under.
They will bury anything.
Oh yes,
literally. I have a literal story of
at high penalty under the law.
Yes,
absolutely, yeah. Doesn't matter who you are.
Because
Right.
anything will stop it.
Yeah.
Anything
Right.
reputational, anything that looks like the financials may be off, anything about even something as not simple in this case, but anything about the site not being,
Mhm.
properly commissioned, anything could have stopped, or not having cameras, anything could have stopped that acquisition. And so I think that this goes up a whole lot higher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I've always heard that NK may or may not have been sleeping with somebody super high up.
Yeah. And she did say to her friend Danielle, who we never heard from again, like, she keeps finding unavailable men. I think that was something that was in Discovery conversation that they had. So I'm hoping, if you typed a theory in earlier while Kelly looks up what she's looking up, can you?
Yes, sorry. I'm just getting something. I'm just something in live
Kelly,
from the legal.
Kelly, tell me that this is not it. I've often heard that they have surveillance cameras out on sites at the oil wells. Tell me that's not true. Tell me that's not what you're getting at.
Nope. Everything you guys are talking about, I think, is possible and super interesting, but
All right, guess is in the chat until Kelly gets her.
Everybody put your guess out. Just give me what he says. He said less than 2 minutes. Put your best guess in chat. Let's talk
best
about
guess
it.
in chat.
Winner, if there is a winner, you will get my undying gratitude and holy shit. Whoa.
I know what it is.
What?
The Stinky Empanada has an evil twin.
Oh, no. Oh, thank God, no.
No,
Not
she
that I know
is
of.
the evil twin. Okay, I got it.
Oh, my God. That's so funny.
Yeah, how come she's never had a single individual step forward and say, "Oh yeah, I know that girl"?
That's
Never a
remarkable,
single individual.
really. Remarkable.
She doesn't have much of a digital footprint, but what little footprint she has.
Well, she was too good for social media, remember? She was way above that.
She was.
And Darko gave NK the heads up. They outed the affair. That's why she dumped the phone. I think that is Chris Sheehan. I think that's completely what happened. This is no goodness of her heart situation. NK has written a book, is one of the. She helped with the bodies, is another theory.
No, there's definitely a crime there, but it wasn't that.
The one guy she attacked when she was younger came forward.
No. Is that true? Are you telling me that, or are you asking?
No, I'm reading.
Are you asking me that? Or are you telling me that? Who am I? Who am I?
I'm reading. Remember, we said put your best guess in the chat. So
yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. Because Nichol Kessinger said that to Kobach when she asked about the 111-minute conversation for the first time. And hey, Nelda, how are you doing? We have Nelda up here too. Hey, how's it going?
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hey
What are your thoughts, my girl?
What's that? What am
What
I?
What are you thinking?
Oh gosh, I'm thinking so much about Skanky Empanada. It disturbs me that when she said leave Jim alone, he fell off the face of the earth, and I can't help but think they had something, with them leading her during her interview, because it certainly was an investigation. And the fact that she had her daddy in there. What 30-year-old would be allowed to have their father?
I know.
That's a huge point for me. We didn't hear anything back about.
Well, and maybe one that needed to be defended for another reason. I'm just gonna, our friend Nick from True Crime Rocket Science, he's just gonna do a little talking here and just listen.
To see that simply because True Crime Rocket Science had covered it, embarrassed to say that this blog post was only 80 milligrams oxycodone.
Hold up, Nick. Wait a minute, you're giving stuff away. Okay.
What is strange, though, is I did do a thorough search of the document for the term delete or deleted. And the strange thing is the Google search for it's oxycodone without the E. So it's 80 milligrams oxycodone, but without the E. It's not clear whether that was a misspelling or whether it cut off because of, that was just the amount, the section of the word that was referenced in the search. In any event, when you do a Google search, there's not much in the discovery actually regarding that particular search. There's no reference to it. In other words, there's no reference in the discovery to oxy or oxycodone or anything like that. And when you search for the word delete, even though the terms that are referenced, including the how to delete your Instagram account, even though they are referenced, it's not sort of very closely associated with the word delete. There are, in fact, let's just quickly do a search for the word delete. The word delete comes up 48, sorry, it's still counting, 65 times in the discovery, but a lot of these references are from the signatures to emails, saying, for example, so let's just get there. Please notify the sender by electronic mail or otherwise and delete the original message. This is the signature message from a lot of the emails that are quoted in the discovery. So a lot of these references to delete are irrelevant. And then you have a couple of references in the data review where delete is mentioned regarding specific items that have been retrieved. That's more relevant. But there's no mention of delete and oxycodone or OxyContin. It's simply one sort of sentence or one strip of code on page 1769 of the discovery. So it's very late in the discovery and it's very easy to miss. So what I was interested in looking at, let me just correct myself just in terms of oxycodone does come up in terms of the compounds checked for in terms of the autopsy. And there it refers to oxycodone and oxymorphone. And there are 15 references to it. Some of these are not strictly for oxycodone. Some of them are like the full word for, say, DNA, which is deoxyribonucleic acid. So that's also reference to oxy, but not oxycodone. An oxygenated volatiles panel, that's also mentioned in the pathology. But the point is that oxycodone isn't mentioned as anything that was searched for, other than that one little string of code, which is basically invisible. So the fact that the discovery doesn't acknowledge it itself is strange. One wonders whether that is an oversight or whether that is sort of hidden in plain sight. So as I say, when I came across this reference in the letter Watts wrote, wasn't a complete surprise. I've been researching a book called Silver Fox, which is a brand new series on the Watts case. dealing specifically with Chris Watts, not really dealing with a lot of the other people, but dealing with him and his versions and the kind of person that he is and his psychology. And one thing that I wanted to verify was when I had referred to oxycodone, or the idea of sedation, for the first time through the course of the 9 narratives of the previous series, which was the Two-Face series. You might think that when you write a book that you can remember every single book as a distinctive whole, but when you write a trilogy and they sort of evolve, and one book is sort of in a way derived from the other.
I have opened the freaking Chris Watts discovery file thousands of times. It's like one thing I've never had a problem with my computer. It's like I literally just took like almost 5 minutes trying to get the damn file open.
Discovery,
I don't
and
know what's
obviously
going on, but it is definitely unnerving. Here, you want to listen to me?
scenario together. I'm only going to refer to a short aspect of it here. Now, I know that there are a lot of people who feel that they are experts on this case. It's probably best if you don't listen any further, because you're the expert. So, you know, go and be expert somewhere else, kind of thing. The position of true crime rocket science is that you never know everything, but you do try your best to find out. It's also the position of true crime rocket science that we feel it's possible to know a lot. I want to say that it's possible to know everything, but that's not possible. But I want to say that the idea of knowing what I guess is sufficient, knowing a great deal, if one simply puts in enough effort and concentration and focus and, you know,
I just want to say real quickly that when I was, researching this case for academic reasons, not for having a YouTube channel, I got the bulk of my all of the information I initially obtained about this case. It was not directly from the legal files, was from Nick at True Crime Rocket Science, and he is super smart. It's a great resource. Just want to say that real quick.
Settled down to read the work and do the work, then you are going to get a lot of answers. So with that in mind, the position of true crime rocket science.
I gotta speed this up a little bit. Yeah, I'll be fine.
It's in the very first narrative. As I say, this was in September, well before the release of the discovery, and obviously months. Oxycodone was used on the children, not on Shanann. Now, obviously, I know there are hordes out there saying, but that's not what Chris Watts said. Chris Watts said that he blah blah blah. That's such a tired argument by now. That's also something that comes across over and over again in true crime. Is someone will say, but that's not what the murderer said. Yeah, it's not. It's not what the murderer said. The murderer said X, and if you want to believe him, that's your business. Rocket science isn't about believing true and somewhat not true, and mostly not true. 6-9 of the discovery. I must say, when I saw that reference, it was basically like a light going on in my brain. I obviously can't prove it, but when I saw that, I thought, "There's your murder weapon." Just because it's a very idiosyncratic.
Let me just quick look because I want to hear what he said in full there.
When I saw that reference, it was basically like a by the discovery, why it makes sense, and also the intertextual aspects. For those who want to just get a more factual basis for this, you're welcome to read the link that goes to the blog, which references page 1769 of the discovery. I must say, when I saw that reference, it was basically like a light going on in my brain. I obviously can't prove it, but when I saw that, I thought, "There's your murder weapon." Just because it's a very idiosyncratic thing, and it also matches the behavior of Chris Watts, where he buries everything in plain sight. So you've got pain medication in the house. You don't need to go and find a murder weapon. You just need to Google the pharmacodynamics of it, which he did. Anyway, I know people will argue with that, and that's fine. For the rest, let me just go through the last chapter,
right now.
an excerpt from the last chapter of the very first book. Again, it's a long chapter, so I'm only going to read about a quarter of it. Here we go. In Chris Watts' own version of events, the girls were killed first and then Shanann. Now, this is obviously referring to the affidavit, which was released in August. So this is the version of events that this is referring to. The order of deaths is thus not a matter of dispute. What is a matter of dispute is how long before Shanann's death were Bella and Celeste killed. Now, you can remember that in Watts' first version, the version was that Shanann killed Bella while he was not in the room, and then she killed Celeste, and then Shanann he caught sort of Shanann in while she was doing it. So what I think is very sort of strange is this idea that it takes 3 to 5 minutes to strangle one person. So this whole idea that Watts sort of left the room, was on his way downstairs, and then turned around because he heard something and then went back upstairs. And it's almost like in that little tiny space of time, in a tiny corridor of time, Shanann is able to strangle 2 children to death, or even just one, if you want to look at it that way. 3 to 5 minutes is a really long time. And in Watts' version, it's almost like he makes a U-turn on the staircase and then sort of rushes back into the room. This actually shows that he didn't know how long it would take to strangle a person, specifically the children. So his version doesn't actually add up. And I think that's quite significant. Going back to the narrative, the affidavit stipulates that the 2 little girls were murdered by their father on or between 12 to 13 August, which opens up the possibility that they may have been killed several hours before Shanann returned home from Arizona. Now, this was the position of the authorities early on, and I agreed with it at that stage, and I've actually agreed with it ever since. I felt that it would make sense in a premeditated murder to sort things out when the situation was simple. In other words, when Shanann, who would be like a lioness around her children, if this was Watts' plan, you wouldn't want to do it with the lioness around, especially since Shanann really was a fearsome presence to confront, to have to fight, and Watts didn't want to fight with her, he didn't want to confront her. So I've always felt that really made sense that he would have done that early on. Of course, the argument that a lot of people have had is, if he killed the children, Shanann got home, she could have seen it of what True Crime Rocket Science is about whatsoever.
Okay, thank
you. Of
you.
true crime.
Thank you,
in a
Matt.
situation where we don't have the answers, in other words, we spent weeks and weeks analyzing and
now
actually.
So does anybody want to take another stab at the nature of the information that we're cracking into? Panel, do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Shanann in
Okay.
while she was.
So one of the topics that we're going to talk about is fill in the blank. Any of you, go ahead. Don't be afraid to volunteer. You can come up to the chalkboard if you want. You don't have to spell correctly. It doesn't matter today. Ladies, my voice is so weak. Is my computer working? Oh my gosh. Nilda, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, everyone else fell off stage somehow. I can hear you. I don't know why everyone else went off stage. So Chris says your device is not connected, and I don't have Justice A through Z anymore. So, all right. So what was Nick from True Crime Rocket Science just talking about? I'm not trying to make this like a 3rd grade class, but we literally have to have this be a discussion.
Can I tell you one thing that I didn't understand? I don't think a whole lot, but can I share with you what I did take away?
Sure.
Okay, so I seem to have focused a lot on the potential medicine The bottle he described, there were different spellings that they all were
Of what
indeed
medication? Of what medication?
the
Say it. Thank
OxyContin.
you. Okay, good.
Yes,
Thank you.
the
Okay.
OxyContin.
Thank you.
And sure. And I show in the bins, if I'm not mistaken, we've talked before. Again, if I'm not mistaken, I thought we said, or somebody mentioned, that there was indeed some OxyContin in one of the bins. See on the far right, third shelf down.
Okay, now I'm just gonna stop you right there, just for the purpose of but thank you. And have you seen that yourself? I guess I would ask, because I was talking about this with Nancy just before the live stream tonight, because I have taken the section of the body cam video, any section of any body cam video that had in frame, and Justice A through Z, and Chris, please come back up. Chris, it says you're disconnected. I'm sorry, and here's a link. I'm so sorry. So I went through all of that and I enhanced the footage. So, there's ways to sharpen images so you can actually see writing and things like that. And on many different times, I really wanted to know about this for a while. I don't talk about the issue of the OxyContin very often, but I've always been very curious about. The reason I don't talk about it very often is because I really just don't freaking know. Why was it so important for Chris, where I'm going to take it to my grave where I got it? What the fuck? You just murdered your entire family, and that's what you're taking to the grave? That makes absolutely zero sense, right?
Exactly. Yes.
So I just wanted to know about that. I'm so afraid I'm going to lose my voice. It's like everything preventing me from freaking spinning this out. And I can personally not see any OxyContin in those bins. I cannot see any medication that was labeled that. And guys, I scoured. I could have missed it. Please in chat, let me know right now if you think you have ever seen that in the Watts basement.
Not specifically, not that medication. I wasn't able to read.
Yeah, no, I want to know if
anything.
anyone has specifically been able to see, like, and identify, oh, that is a pill bottle of OxyContin or oxycodone or oxy anything that's an opiate in those cases or in those containers in the Watts basement. There's Justice. I got you back up. How you doing? Thank you.
Thanks, dear. Sorry about that.
It's okay. So yeah, have you ever seen have you ever been able to see and identify any pill bottles of OxyContin or oxycodone in the Watts basement? Some people claim that they have, but I think I do, but I don't think it's there.
I've never seen it, and I know that there's claims about that. I know that's claimed. Are you having allergies, Kelly?
I have no idea. It's like I don't know what's wrong with me. Is every time I really start, I have to like get into this with this case. It's just one thing or another. It's creepy.
I think you might be having the ragweed allergies. I've been severely
probably
for the last 3 weeks, and yeah, we can talk about medical stuff later. But
yeah. No, I got it because I have a really important meeting.
I'm just concerned.
I don't want to streamline it. I can't get down to the bottom of the chat. My God.
I know. Bee propolis would be good for your throat. They sell it at Trader Joe's.
Could you text that to me?
Yeah, I will. I'll send you a picture of it. It's like a spray. Oh my God, it's like a miracle.
Oh, awesome! I need several miracles right now. Actually, keep them coming.
It's like $6. So yeah, I'm riveted. I'm fascinated. I'm wondering if the little girls were somebody put in the comments, like, are you getting at that the girls were overdosed?
No. Well, okay. I'm just going to tell you what I'm getting a second. Hold on, I got to get to the bottom of the comments, though, because it's really important that I find out if anyone is able to spot that in the Watts basement, because it's really important to the issue at hand. See, Tammy says, I've seen it several times. It says OxyContin on the bottle, and it's the first box of the one row. Okay, so I keep hearing things like this. People keep saying these detailed spots, and I go there and I alter the video in the best possible way for visibility of writing on a pill bottle. And I'm like, I'm chasing a ghost. This doesn't, But if you have a key, and I will go check up on it, not right now because I have to enhance the videos and those just take too much time, but I need to know this.
It's like a needle in a haystack.
But yeah. All right, hold it. Okay. Just one sec. I just gotta go get a cough drop, and then I'm gonna continue. And I'm gonna try to roll this out in like 10 minutes, and I gotta go because I have a really important meeting in the morning.
Yeah, like hot water too with lemon and honey.
Yes, lemon and honey.
I have had the worst allergies the last 3 weeks that I've ever had in my entire life.
Oh wow.
The ragweed around here is unreal, and I had to take antibiotics and steroids. It like threw me into vertigo because there was like an inner ear infection. Oh, it was insane. So I don't want Kelly to get in that deep.
All right, I have 2 cough drops. Okay.
I know. We need rain like nobody's business.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So here's the thing. Okay. So I'm just going to say it like this and just contribute when you can. So based on what we now know, due to looking into this bombshell information issue for this little series I've been trying to do that had some actual different information and contributed to the conversation and the movement, the forward movement of this case towards justice for the victims. Can you guys mute yourself? I got really bad feedback. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And then I'm going to bring Chris up too. Mute yourself, honey. Thanks. If you didn't mute yourself, I'm going to mute you guys just because of feedback and my ears are already stuffed anyway. Okay. I muted y'all. Nothing personal. Just mute yourself when you want to talk. Okay. So what we have been able... Just one second. I just want to make sure this isn't something urgent. Oh, guys, please, if it's not really urgent about this live stream, I love you guys so much. You're the best. Please don't text me until this is done because I'm like freaking on a swivel right now. So we all know and there's reasons why I played every single thing that I just did. So you might have to go back and watch it. And if I see some people like, just get to the point. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to mock your voice, but I kind of am because this is really hard for me to do right. And just understand that like there's a lot on the line. There is a lot on the line for me right now. So I'm not trying to be selfish, but this is the kind of situation where if you misstep, you like I could lose my channel very, very, very easily with like no safety net. Okay. So if impatience and things like that right now, normally I try to give you guys exactly what you want when you want it on demand, but that's not like what this is about right now. That's why I'm like, I don't want to have any chats in the panel. I just need you guys to bounce off so I can do this in a legal manner, you know, and I love you too, but okay. So,
Kelly,
go ahead.
Kelly, I think just at top of mind with him saying, I'll take it to my grave. If he got it out of his basement, and
Right.
I mean, he already
Exactly.
threw
Great
his
point.
wife. He threw his wife under the bus for
Exactly.
unaliving the
I had that
children.
thought the other day, but I couldn't retrieve it. That's a really
So he's not going to stop it. I used her medicine, or she used her
Yes.
medicine.
We take it to the grave. I stole her freaking prescription medication to kill her.
From one of the thigh boxes downstairs. Like that didn't happen. Like you've already thrown her under the bus.
Right.
You know, as hard as you can. So I think just that alone, we can
Great
eliminate Shanann as the source of the oxy.
Excellent point. Thank you so much.
And the fact that she got sick only once he came to North Carolina could be another sign that
with symptoms of the side effects or a mild overdose of that medication, you know, absolutely. Yeah.
Yep.
Great point.
And even how she was feeling in Arizona.
Absolutely. Yeah, totally. 100%. So we know that we know, one thing I was trying to remember, you don't even have to answer me now. I'm just putting it out there so we can circle back to it because it's important. Because the important thing here comes down to what the investigators knew and what they did and how that affected the outcome. And it is so important. It's enraging. Okay. I can't recall if Chris Watts fessed up in a roundabout, forced way without really taking responsibility like he always does, to the fact that, yes, he did give Shanann Oxycontin in North Carolina for the purpose, what he would say at that time, of causing her to have a miscarriage because he did not want her to have the baby. Now, I personally do not know if that was, the initial and full and, final intention for him giving her OxyContin, because he did give it to her a couple of times, and I fully believe that, and I think there's ample evidence to support that. If he really just wanted to get rid of the babies, and it's a terrible way to say it, but my God, look what he did to the baby. Or if he thought, well, hey, maybe a side benefit would be I can also get rid of my wife. And again, I don't mean to be so crass, but, look at what we're talking about. Or if he was also using that medication either as the murder weapon or as an accomplice. So it would be easier for him to, or whoever, whatever, to do the deed because Shanann would be in an altered, weakened state of physicality and mind, which I do think ultimately is what happened. I do think that. And, people sometimes say, well, Oxy didn't show up in the in the autopsies. And now we're not going to even have that discussion because many of you know I don't really get into the nitty gritty and I will never put gloves on over an autopsy because I don't fancy myself as knowing nearly enough about medicine and the human body and the human body after death. And, I don't fancy myself to have that level of experience, intelligence, and in knowledge that somebody who is an actual doctor has. I mean, I know a lot of people out there do fancy themselves to have all that. And man, you got going on, and that is awesome. But I am not that person. And unless, you put forth credentials and come onto this channel for the purpose of talking about that, I don't mind if people have casual conversations. I usually don't take much part in it, but ain't nobody an expert like that. Okay. So, so put yourself in check. But, my understanding is from the conversations I've had with very limited and few conversations I've had with people who are qualified to speak to it, or more so, the interviews I've heard with those same kind of people through other creators or whoever it may be, that, it very well might not show up in that autopsy given the condition of Shanann's remains by the time they recovered her body. And, that goes along with the weather, the heat, the pregnancy, all of that. I don't think it excludes the possibility of him giving her oxy that night or the night before, because some people say that it wasn't part of the toxicology report. And again, I don't want that to be a talking point tonight, maybe another time, but this is not the expert forum for that ever, ever, ever. And I kind of do like to stay away from it. So with all of that being said, in addition to knowing that Tony Husky contacted law enforcement by 5:10 a.m. That very morning of Chris Watts' polygraph, when he ultimately, air quotes, confessed, or later confessed along the way, whatever that was, right? And it was the same day that she did eventually connect with law enforcement hours later, so I've always been in line, well, just to save her butt because they knew you were going to come after her anyway. Well, and also we have to find out why Tony Husky had some extensive communication with law enforcement the evening before, because I think there's something important there, but we'll talk about that another time. If anyone wants to hop on that, please do. Nichol Kessinger, not only that day, the day that she did connect with law enforcement, but the day before, and actually ever since, according to our really, really, really freaking good, accurate, vetted, like they're there sources, ever since the night when Chris Watts was had that call from the the police officer from the Frederick Police Department, and remember, they called his personal number and he didn't answer. It was like weird, like almost like someone answered and hung up, and it took a few tries, and then eventually they got him on his work phone, and doing a comparison of his work phone records and his personal phone records and Kessinger's phone records, it is crystal clear that Watts was on the phone with the investigator on his work phone. At the same time, he was on a call with Kessinger on his personal phone. It was not a three-way call. You know, people like have had all kinds of different ideas about that. I think that is pretty clear if you do your astute research. Apparently, it was either right around the time before that call, which was, let's see, so it would be Monday, like late evening going into early Tuesday morning, right? So either right before, during, or right after that call, it occurred to her, or she made it known that it occurred to her that, oh my God, holy shit. Oh my God. I gave him I connected him with, you know, a source for getting his dirty little bastard ass paws on that medication that he obtained for the sole purpose of A, causing Shanann to miscarriage, or B, you know, facilitating or doing the work of getting rid of her, or, you know, maybe even the kids too, right? And she became very concerned. Like it was like laser focus at that point, right?
So Kelly, so it's interesting. You know that if you subpoena somebody's medical records, you can subpoena any prescriptions that are active, and that takes like seconds to come back. So if she had an active prescription or even an old prescription for Oxy, I don't know why that would have sent her into a tailspin, because he was in her house all of the time. He was in her house as early as Saturday night. So she could just say that he took it. So her having the prescription legally, to me, that doesn't jive with this urgency. However, if she brokered a deal for him to get it, and she knew she had deleted her SIM card, deleted it from her phone, but she couldn't be sure if Chris did, that would spring me into action, because I would
Ding,
just
ding,
say he
ding,
took
ding,
it.
ding, 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 ding,
I
ding,
would
ding,
just
ding.
say he
Yeah.
took it from my house. I
Right.
don't think she could be sure what was on. He had a work phone and a personal phone, and I don't think she could be sure what was on either, what was in the secret calculator app. But I think
Right.
that it's not her. I don't believe it was her prescription, because that's an easy answer. I believe she brokered it in some way. And
Good job.
She maybe brokered it for some way. And also, you know, even though she's almost a, you know, conscienceless bitch who cares about no one but herself, in my opinion, allegedly, all that stuff, even though she's all that, you know, just, so what if maybe she brokered it? Yeah, maybe she did. But what if she brokered it and she also had to, even if for just a moment, reflect on the reason why she brokered it? What if she had that knowledge for the reason of why there was a need to broker that relationship that would yield that, you know, restricted narcotic? And furthermore, what if the reason that she had to create that relationship to broker that deal on behalf of one Mr. Pansy Pants Chris Watts, what if that reason was a product of her behavior, her creative thinking, her inability to control her impulses and emotions and temper, and hysteria if she fears somebody is going to leave her and she doesn't want that? Or because there is some gray area. I mean, if we were, exploring this possibly as a topic for, a juicy, plot line for a fiction true crime novel, only the people involved would really know if that is exactly what happened or if it were a collaboration between she and Chris Watts during one of those conversations about, how, your wife has put you at such a financial disadvantage. She's so selfish. I would never do that. How could she do that, Chris? You dumb bastard. You think she's making this much selling Thrive? Wake up, bro, smack, smack, upside the head. Pussy whip bitch, right? Like this is, and then he's finally like, oh my God. And maybe in this fictional world, the reality starts to hit him and he's like, you know what? Well, I don't know if I can intellectually go there because I'm a dumb bastard, but NK says it's so. And, right now I'm, everything is NK. So now Chris also thinks it's so because I have no spine or personality or constitution of my own. So I am essentially an extension of her. Right. And with easily turning my back on my former personality, Shanann, just like I did to my mother, Cindy, when, all of a sudden I became an extension of Shanann, right? So this is all, part of it, but those are kind of, details that we don't need to go into. So what if all of that was going on? And what if, even if you are Nichol Kessinger and you are entitled and you have gotten yourself in a lot of trouble doing things that are immoral, that are violent, that could harm people, that could kill people, that disrespect the law, that disrespect your community, that disrespect peers, that disrespect wives, that say fuck you to any woman in a relationship, married or otherwise, with any man that she wants to use as a pansy to, reflect back at her how wonderful she is so she can fulfill all of her hedonistic, selfish sort of, needs that I believe she had a lot of. These personality traits are a different situation, but even if you're all that, like, pretty shitty person, if you know that you're, at the very least, that your boyfriend who you are planning to marry, because, hey, in fact, wait till we go over the timeline on Tuesday night. I want to give you a little bit of things that happened the week that they came home from North Carolina before the murders, especially on that Tuesday. That was a very, 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 very busy day for Chris Watts. And I think some decisions were made by several parties on that day. Well, Shanann unknowingly was so excited that Chris agreed to go to the first ultrasound where they could hear the baby's heartbeat with her. And it was at 7:00 or around there that evening. And she just thought that was hope for the future of the relationship and, all that. But he stayed at Nichol Kessinger's house until minutes before he had to leave for the appointment, being a little bit late for the appointment. He deleted his Facebook account on that day. On that day, Nichol Kessinger searched for wedding dresses for hours. And junk. There's something really. There's a couple other really important things that happened that day that made that clearly a really important day, where the universe kind of turned for everyone involved. There, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what? One thing NK talks about, and maybe it's because she claims that she didn't know of the baby,
Mhm.
but we know that's a lie, and I wonder if
Right.
it's like a subconscious lie. She talks about finding an apartment for the girls and him, and so I
Mhm.
wonder if the girls were ever part of the original Lazy Dog plan.
Well, you know what? We're gonna talk a little more about that tomorrow night, and we actually do have more insight into that than we did, before today. But obviously, a lot of these, again, a lot of these things are happening in the minds of the people, the part of Nichol and Chris, right? But let's see.
I still want to know what
Okay.
was purchased at Home Depot right before the Lazy Dog.
I don't know. When we will explore that, but for the purposes of tonight, I'm gonna have
Wasn't
to
it
table it.
paint? It was.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for the purposes of tonight because we have to get to. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude. We have to get to the importance of her guilty conscience, what she knew, what she was collaborating with Watts. And then there's this extension of what she came to law enforcement presenting, how they responded, what they knew, the purpose of her illegal activities. They knew exactly what she was doing. If she broke her something. She said, yeah, maybe I've done that before, would that require me to, like break my SIM card? Because if it does, I'll do that. No problem. And they knew through just through kind of common sense, but also their investigative efforts, including the little piece by Dave Baumhover that is the only piece of investigative product that survived their cleaning of the discovery and all other records for the exclusive purpose of living up to their end of the bargain and protecting Chris Watts' mistress in certain ways for certain reasons. And as far as I can tell, still getting literally nothing but a cranky, demanding, entitled, whiny bitch they have to deal with in their way of the actual investigation. And, and who obviously they didn't investigate, but, I had to put that off the table because they had made that decision. So one could probably extend, maybe just, get a little crazy and, start to daydream a little bit, use their imagination. And you might entering into your train of thought might be that, oh my God, wait a minute, hold it. Yeah. So, he definitely got that either for the miscarriage or to kill his family, both, whoever, to murder his family, one or all of them. Yeah, so if she knew about that, dude, that's freaking horrible. Oh, wait, well, obviously, then that means she knew what he was planning to do. And wait a minute, that means actually that she was an accessory. She knew what he was going to do. She knew what he needed, why he needed it, that he couldn't obtain it, that this plan was the best one they had, that this had to happen. This had to happen.
It means they conspired.
Yeah, this had to happen more for him or more for her. What do you guys think, right? Who had the urgency to have it happen now? I can't tolerate it anymore. In the interview on the 16th when she's talking to Kobach, she's like, yeah, it's like when his wife or the girls are around, it's like, shit. But she says, you know what I do? Sometimes, it does get a little hard. And you know what I do? I just call him and I say, well, this is a little hard. I don't think, but I'm like, but you gotta spend your time with the girls. Well, bitch, that was a total of because we're so let's not count the day that they were, did see each other and had a date and went to the Lazy Dog because they still got the time together. So that would be a total of 4.5 days over their entire relationship. But the most recent 4.5 days, but in those 4.5 days when the children were actually around in their loved up space in Colorado, in his home, but just in their way, and Shanann, oh my God, she absolutely could not tolerate it. And she, completely flipped out to a point that, from what I understand, scared him pretty substantially. But then, he already, at this point, had told his parents on the 6th, the one day that he got to see his family for a few hours, the whole time he was in North Carolina, all just kind of fucked up things going on. Chris, we talk about all these indicators of these people being in a state of crisis and they're screaming and that tragic, horrible things were going to happen. Everything was set into motion long ago. And now we're at the critical junctures where, a miracle is going to happen. You're going to have a savior or an angel. Sometimes dumb fate steps in, or, here's your crisis. Good luck. Depending on other things that are happening, other factors, you can assess whether that crisis is going to be a tragic crisis or not. And, I think, from my perspective, it's safe to say if one were to have accurate or fairly appropriately assessed the Watts family's life at that time, they would have been so alarmed. They would have understood that, this is one of the rare cases where a crisis turning into a tragedy is almost statistically favored. You know what I mean? I'm getting a little like behavioral therapist there, but does anyone have anything to say at that point? You take a breath.
To answer your question, I think the urgency was on his part because of the court date, because of the
This court date's
impending
important.
announcement of the gender, because school was starting. The
Why?
urgency
Because of the
was,
announcement of the gender.
I think it would make it more real, and I
Okay.
think it would have put more eyes on him, and it would have been because I think he was second guessing himself. I think he was sure about it in North Carolina. I
Yeah.
think he had started to pump the brakes that week,
Mm-hmm.
and then that weekend that she went, I often wonder if she had not gone to Arizona, would she still be alive? Because I think that cemented it. So I
That's
think
right.
he was vacillating. And so if they announce that they're finally having this boy and everybody's excited about it and it gives
Mhm.
him a chance to sort of really absorb it, I just think it would have been more eyes on him and it would have made this a whole lot harder.
Mm-hmm. See,
That is my thought.
the way I look at it is he was, vacillating, and it was perhaps his mistress's urgency to make this fucking stop right now. He saw a totally different side of her, and that side of her was not only just unpleasant, undesirable, and intolerable, but it was also cunning, calculating, and what's the word I can use that would be
Frightening.
yeah, absolutely. That's a good one. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think he was
Yeah.
scared of her. I think beguiling, I think he was
Mm,
just so enamored by her. So maybe that sense of urgency was on both sides. I I can't see a path to, and I do believe Nicole has some sort of immunity, whatever bombshell news she shared. My gut is that if she, whether
no, no,
telling the truth,
wait. Hold it. I got to wait. Let me, because this is parlaying right into the bombshell news. When we start there's there's more information about like the law enforcement end of it.
oh crap.
But they were oh God, I can't see. This is the stuff that okay. So the people that were interviewing her, the district attorney, my opinion is, after what I've learned today, let me say it like this. My opinion is, and this is my opinion only, I don't know this for a fact. I was not there. I am not in the mind of the person I am speaking about. Therefore, this is my opinion. Chris Watts' mistress perhaps brokered a deal because he had a need that he had no fucking clue how to fulfill on his own.
Mhm.
And that need was thrilling to her, was exciting to her, like in this, like all the wrong, in this like, delinquent kind of way, because this finally affirmed, his love for her, his willingness to move her from the, lowly position number 2, second fiddle of mistress, to the desired, to the coveted, to the sought after, her perhaps even, her biggest dream, because I just really think I think she had sights on him. I think this was all she wanted at that point, because I just have that personality kind of profile on her. This was her opportunity to move right up into that coveted spot, and nothing was going to stop her. And she is mentally unstable,
Yeah.
and she is she does not see the wrongdoing and harming other people to fulfill whatever the fuck
Yeah.
she wants.
And I'm going to say this, and I stand by it. I think he was drugged, and I don't know how early it started.
Mhm.
Certainly by the time they got to the porch, eyes dilated. I don't know how early they maybe started experimenting, but he
Yeah, I think they
is
were doing
not
recreational activities together. Yeah, I
not in
absolutely.
his
I
complete
agree.
and right mind either. And so I don't know if that's what he gave Shanann. I don't know if they were trying other
No,
things.
but see, I'm saying, okay. So what I'm saying is, I just want to be. I know. I just want to try to get this out. Like, I don't know how to say it without. I do know what he was giving. I do know what he was. This is known. This is known by people. People have informed me that maybe I want to know about this. And among those people who know, like, the answers to those questions are, kind of a surprising crew of people that we have been listening to interview Nichol Kessinger and Chris Watts for years. And from my perspective, and I don't know, maybe some of you were like, oh, I figure that could be a possibility. I never really crossed my mind that they knew that she did that, and what she did was absolutely, it's criminal, and by far the most criminal part of it. I mean, in this kind of idea I have in my mind, is the intention and the colluding that was behind it, the plan that was created that she was a part of, and that guilty consciousness that existed, and even in a person with a very little consciousness, it is always there. And she didn't offer anything, from my understanding. She really didn't offer anything to law enforcement that mattered about Watts or Watts and his family. Like, what would have mattered most was just to have those phone records, and for things to not be deleted, to be able to review them without her warped self-serving narrative of everything. All that did was cloud the investigative waters, and leave, other things that investigators may have to now look into, because she put it out there, and we have to do our due diligence. And Jesus Christ, we don't even want to be investigating this case. As a matter of fact, on September 4th, over 2 months before he made that plea agreement, they're refusing to analyze evidence that they collected from his fucking truck. They would have let them know if bitch was in his truck that night. It would have been pretty conclusive as to whether or not she was at the crime scene, because that was absolutely part of the crime scene. They would have known if any members of the family were alive or not, because one and maybe 1.5 was, and I know it's terrible to say, but it's the truth. But they did not know that. And we know they didn't know that because Rourke went with a story, even in court, in front of the judge, that he loaded 3 deceased bodies into that truck. He put the Rousseff family through hell twice, and the second one hotter, because he didn't bother to fucking follow up on the investigation, on the key investigative pieces that are like, law enforcement 101.
I'm just as mad as you are about it, Kelly, but you've got the depth and the passion there. You're spitting nails, lady.
Yeah.
I've been immersed in this for 3 days, and then on the 3rd day I tried to do a live stream, and my computer spits at me. The
Kelly, I
passion
don't
is
know if
there.
you see what's happening in chat, but there's a vintage Rose who says she has like significant information. She's willing to turn her camera on. It's been like a running thread. Kez is like, I'm gonna try to catch her.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, absolutely.
So
Come on
vintage
up.
art wants to come up because she's got
I would love for her to come up. I'm sorry. I thought you earlier. I tried to click on you, and it was giving me that device isn't whatever. But at the time, I was saying, I would
It's
love for her to come
hard
up.
keeping up with the chat. It's moving so fast.
It is. Do you know how to slow down, Kaz or Jody, or do you want me to? Does it need to slow down? One of us will slow down. But I just want to say, and I'm guys that are talking right now, I'm so sorry, because normally I would never cut you off or say, no, we can't talk about that, because that's not towards my goal tonight. But it has to be that way, because the information that we're just not, it's the information that we now know to be part of reality. That in fact, it is so certain, and all of this will be part of your knowledge when it's the appropriate time. Again, I have to be really careful, because I don't want to hurt other people that are innocent. I don't want to accuse people of doing things that they did not do. I don't want to harm my channel. I don't want to, I don't anything bad to happen to somebody that said anything else on it. So I just really have to kind of like understand what the parameters are here and take charge of it. And that's why, we have our new Watch the Obsession legal counsel. They're very helpful.
Is any of it relative to the 111-minute phone call that NK doesn't remember what they talked about?
Yes, I mean, and it all is, but yes, there are some things known about that call. There are some things known about that call that aren't that that to me is like, holy cow, because the uncertainties that exist because nobody else was on that phone call. There's the problem, right? Leave it, kind of like we all need to keep questioning that and looking into it and using our resources to find out what we can, and talking to the people that we can who were right in it at that time, which is an opportunity I've had only over the past 6 months or so, and it's been very, very helpful. And I hope those relationships can become more trusting and whatever, that we have the same goal and we can continue to help each other in that regard, because people that actually had the experience. I mean, I know that we all had this shock and kind of like traumatic reaction to it, but imagine the people like that were in it, the friends. It's just, it's so huge. It's why so many of us are always, oh, the Watts case, we can't let it go, because this is just one of those monumental cases that, the human mind will not let go, because it's like, well, this situation slipped through the cracks. At this point in our evolution, we should have adaptively eliminated this possibility, but something like that.
I feel very strongly that there's just no room for corruption, and there's a lot of corruption in this case.
Absolutely. Yeah, there is.
Is Vintage Art backstage, or did we drop?
I'm putting the link to panel right now. Sorry, I'm like this. There we go. Link is in panel right now. I don't see Vintage Art backstage, but I just put the link in panel, or I'm sorry, in chat for you, Vintage Art.
I didn't even catch that mistake. I know you're wound
Kelly,
up. Yeah.
One thing I will never share is anything that I find out on your channel without telling you first. And that's kind of one of our agreements. And you can eat the fish, throw away the bones, but I understand what you're trying to do. And even with the bits of information I have, I would rather give it to you cohesively. You figure out,
oh, well, and I will tell you more in a private conversation, Chris, because we have a relationship like that. I just,
But I just want you to know, I'll never be like, girl, let me tell you what I found out today.
Oh, no, I know you wouldn't. Oh, I know that about you. Thank you for saying so. And I really appreciate you so much. And, you have so much to add to the conversation always. I feel bad a couple times, like, no, we can't even go there tonight, because that's just going to confuse things. And we need to get really clear on what I'm really clear is what happened. And I'm just so sorry I can't make it crystal clear to you. But I mean, it's just really, maybe I should have waited a little. I didn't. Here we are, and I think that's fine too. I got a really busy week ahead, and we still have to. I don't know. Yeah, I'm justifying it for myself. Did you get the link?
Vintage Rose.
Yes, I think. Yeah, Vintage Art. Awesome, cool. You good? All right, I'm gonna bring you up. Okay. All right, so everybody, I'm bringing Vintage Art up on panel, and we also have Chris, Justice A through Z, Nilda, love you, Nilda, and now I'm bringing Vintage Art up. Hello, how's it going?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can. How are you doing?
I'm good. Sorry I was being so annoying in chat, but I was backstage and then it kicked me out for some reason.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, StreamYard isn't always inviting. It's like, invite up guests, and then I'm just going to be like, no, I think so.
No, I actually think it was me, because I was doing the dishes and I grabbed a cup of coffee, and then I was holding my phone and I just set my cup coffee cup on my phone for a second to
Oh,
grab a
okay.
treat for the dog, and so I think I kicked myself
Oh yeah, I
out. So.
tried to bring you up, and I got the message saying that your device was no longer connected, so that kind of makes sense.
Oh, yeah. I think it was my fault.
Oh, good. So what do you think? What do you have for the conversation? And I just also want everyone to know really quick that this is what we've talked about so far. This is not the whole of it at all. I always think I'm going to get through more than I can in a live stream. That's just like a given. But I'm happy with where we are because I think we've established. I think we've been clear enough without being able to be as direct as normally one would be. I hope that's the case. And I just want you all to know that I'm not trying to be intentionally like weird, or I just want to do things the right way for everybody's benefit, especially for the victims and especially for the sake of justice. So with that said, go ahead.
Well, as far as NK goes, I've been following this case literally since the day it hit the news. And I said in the chat, Shanann's Facebook Lives would come up on my Facebook all the time. And I don't even know why. But I would watch them and everything like that. I never really commented or anything, but I instantly was like, just thought that she was very energetic and, she was just a very entertaining to watch. So I just, whenever they came on, I would watch them and stuff like that. And, always thought how cute the little girls were and everything like that. So I was in my living room one day and just, doing chores and stuff like that. And then, I knew her name because it was up on my Facebook, and my husband was in there watching the news, and I heard Shanann Watts, and I ran into the living room, and then that's when her photo popped up, and I freaked. I was like, "Oh my God!"
So you were watching her on like Facebook before she was murdered?
Yes.
Oh my
Before all
gosh.
this happened.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay,
that's wild. That is wild.
So when I heard, whatever they were saying on the news, Shanann Watts, whatever, I was in the kitchen, and I ran into the living room and everything, and my husband was sitting there, and I was like, "Oh my God!" And he goes, "What?" And I go, I don't know her, but I know her,
Right.
And he's like, "What?" And I was like, be quiet, because I was trying to, and I was freaking out, because she would come up on my Facebook all the time. And, so yeah, I've literally followed it since the day, it broke on the news and everything like that. And, it was about maybe, 9 months to a year or whatever like that. I reached out to Nichol Atkinson, and we had spoken several times. She never went into any details or anything like with me. I wouldn't ask her anyway. I think that would be really inappropriate. And
yeah, I'm actually on her Thrive downline, and I've never asked about this, or I'm just like, I don't want to be like, I just let her have the normal relationships. Yeah.
Right. But like she would put post videos up, especially the first several months or whatever after all this happened. And there was this one that she posted because I follow her, and I reached out to her.
I love listening to her talk. I like her posts. I think she's really refreshing.
Yeah. And I reached out to her, and we just started chatting and stuff. We started, messaging each other or whatever like that. But she's a really, really nice lady. And, she had just been bombarded with emails and, everything under the sun, and family being contacted, and all these rumors being spread around her. And, everyone saying, "Oh, you're a hero," and how she hates it because she really is just a normal lady, and who is just looking out for her friend. She doesn't
see it as that, and she doesn't I don't think it should be seen as hero behavior. I was just doing what you do for your friend, right? Something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And people have trashed her too in the past.
Oh, I know. I can't stand that. We do not even tolerate that here. No.
And then to top it off, she had to fight cancer right after losing Shanann.
Yeah.
I reached out to her a few years ago too, just to offer her support.
Send some love. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, she was really sweet.
Yeah. And I just can't imagine everything that she's gone through and stuff. And, anytime, she even told me, in the, her circle of trust has gotten extremely small, which I totally understand.
Oh, yeah.
But anytime that she actually would, open up a little bit or start trusting somebody, they would stab her in the back, or they would do something like that, which was awful because, again, she made it very clear that she doesn't trust a lot of people and stuff, clearly.
Right.
And, there was a few people that reached out to her, and then they ended up, trying to fish for information or whatever,
Absolutely.
and I'm just like, that's just disgusting. It really is.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to even bring anything up to her, because I don't want her to associate me as being a possible, like life sucker like that, because she doesn't even need
Right.
that, because I'm
Right.
not, and I don't want her to even have that fear triggered,
Exactly. But with the whole NK thing, I'm sorry, my puppy is jumping.
I can hear the little puppy print, so cute. I love it.
As far as the NK thing goes, I am, well, first of all, I have a degree in psychology and human services as well, and behavioral. I want to puke with the way this was handled.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was completely reckless on DA Rourke's part. I think it was unprofessional. I think it was biased. And I think that he was too concerned about his election coming up and stuff that he doesn't want to put another one in the books.
I'm going to interrupt you for just 1 second to impress upon people who maybe, are having a hard time understanding. Now, I agree with you on all of that. Very well said. And just imagine, we're just imagining here, nothing more. Imagine all that, which is totally spot on. And then imagine also that he knew that Chris Watts' mistress came to law enforcement initially exclusively for the purpose of getting ahead of something she knew that she was well aware that they were going to find out beyond a shadow of a doubt. They carried heavy criminal penalties, felony penalties, possible incarceration. And then it occurs to her, maybe just thinking about it, that, and oh my God, and if they ever knew any element of the intention, I mean, that could be accessory to 3 homicides, and that could mean spending the rest of your life not on an oil rig, but in a state prison. Just imagine that. And imagine if he knew all that. Her motivation,
right.
her part. Imagine if that were the case and he still did things just like we witnessed him do things. I think that would change everything. And, if people started to get it, there would be such a critical mass of rage that, I mean, things would have to shift in that universe. My gosh. You know what I mean?
Well, and this is the thing that blows my mind too. If I were, clearly the Attorney General is aware of this case. It was known all over. So if I were the Attorney General, this wouldn't have flied with me whatsoever, because I don't care if Chris so quote unquote confessed. You still have to do a thorough investigation. You still have to speak to every single witness. And the fact that they shut down that house within 48 hours, that's unheard of. The fact that they shut that house down, that would not fly with me whatsoever.
And do we all know when the house was shut down? Are you aware of that? Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah.
Do you want to, or you want me to?
Oh, you
like who showed up? Who showed up? And then it immediately shut down. It was Steve Wren and other dude, not Rourke, but his other underling from the district attorney's office. Officer Lean, who was, being guarding the outside, making sure nobody did anything to alter the exterior or interior, of course, crime scene in any which way. Didn't even know who they were, but she said, "Oh yeah, you don't look like your, reporters or whatever." They showed their badges, they stated their names. They went in within 21 minutes of that entrance into that house. The crime scene was shut down, and that investigative part of this, failure to investigate was officially done.
Right. And another thing that just like makes me speechless is that they are, that entire department, everybody, where have you seen ever in any crime, anything ever, where the department or the DA or whoever is so self-absorbed
Yeah.
that they actually have the audacity to put a plaque up
Yeah.
on the police department,
Yeah.
gloating themselves, saying that you didn't solve anything, you
Right.
closed it down. Because if you
Yeah.
solved it, then we wouldn't have a million questions,
You
and you didn't do
repressed
your
it.
job. You wanted to
Yeah.
put another one in the books and stuff. He's
Mhm.
known for going for the death penalty, and
Yep.
he did a really, really shoddy job on this. And it
Yeah,
just,
and he
it
lied
makes
about
me
what
want to
death
puke
penalty
seeing
was
that plaque.
about. Yeah. Oh my God. I know, it's horrible. It's horrible. And and one of the most enraging parts for me, and everybody please come back on Tuesday because we're gonna watch the whole part 2. I think it's like 2.5 freaking hours, and it's full of things. And then we have to continue. Oh my gosh, we have to continue this, but I'm gonna get the legal aspect. I'm gonna, make a nice clear outline of information that's good to go, so I can just say it, and then just be clear on what I can't say because I'm just freaking scared right now. But crap, what was I gonna say? I lost my train. Oh no, I know that their failure to investigate evidence that they had already done the work to get. It wasn't that hard, and I have a new piece on this in the part 2. The failure to simply fill out a form to send that evidence to the lab. The lab analysts are being lab analysts all day long, and you know how crime labs run. They don't ever shut down. They're just analyzing the crimes and the evidence, collected from crime scenes. That's all they do. It's no sweat off anyone's back. It is procedural. And
Exactly.
if those procedural steps were taken like they always are, because those are ones you just don't miss. That's a no-brainer. That's a no-fail. That's a free pass. If things happen like they always did and always should that should never change, then he would have known that Bella and maybe Bella and Celeste their lives were ultimately, they took their last breath at 33:19. He would have had an understanding. It would have hopefully occurred to his heartless self. What they went through would have occurred to somebody else, certainly. And the Rourke would not be gaslit into making a decision about the course of the trial that is the only, mortal retribution that they had. It's the only, the thing that might give them any sense of, I hate the word closure, but, anything other than suffering in this mortal world. He gaslit them into making a decision that they very well may have otherwise not made. And Sandy Rourke even said so herself. And when she said so, I believe her, because that woman says what she means, and she means what she says. She's pretty damn clear. He had no right to do that. And for what reason? Because he is lazy and self-absorbed and his ego is immense. But I don't think those would be reasons for him to just not follow the procedures. And I'll give you a hint, and what I very strongly think, the timing of Michael Prill's report being, the October 30th date, the date of the plea deal, and the date of the whole process that the plea deal went down, combined with what certain people started to definitively have to, come to terms with, that they now know this. Okay, well, hey, that evidence is back. Yep, that's what happened. Yep, she came to us for that reason. She wanted this. We gave her that. We did this. We can't undo it. She gave us nothing. Our investigation would have been better off without all that bullshit. All we really wanted was her data. She just didn't erase it. We didn't even need the bitch. And now that we see this whole picture, I hope that their conscience was shocked in a way that had never been before, and that they still lie awake at night feeling guilt or anxiety or something about that. And if they don't,
sociopaths don't feel any of that.
Well, I'm talking about the investigators.
No, I think
Well,
Rourke's a sociopath.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Well,
Yeah,
you
no,
would.
I actually am with you on that. Well, he might. Yeah, I think he probably is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, you would never know because Tammy and Rourke are going around teaching classes and stuff, and you know, gloating about, you know, talking about the Chris Watts case and teaching it and here and there. And she's another thing that right there. Instead, Tammy jumped on Facebook, and so did her husband, and was giving false information before he was even hauled off about confessing to killing the girls and all this stuff. You're not supposed to do that. Instead of firing her, which they should have done, because you're not supposed to go on social media when you're a detective, or when an investigation is going on, which it was at that time. But instead of firing her immediately, they promoted her. They promoted the defense, Chris's defense attorney. I don't think that they tried either. I am not going for, you know, I'm not saying that Chris is innocent or not, but this entire thing, I think there was a lot of shoddy deals done. I think that when NK went in there and stuff, and she was there with her dad, I think she basically just spelled it out for them, or her dad did for her, um, that she has information, but unless you sign this affidavit giving me full immunity, I'm not saying a word. And I think that this is my opinion only. And I think this, Rourke wanted to get it over with. They got a, you know, the confession. They knew that Chris was weak. They knew they could do whatever. And he said, just do it. That is my opinion. And I think that is the reason why nothing happened to her, because she made them sign something off that she would get full immunity for anything that she said, regardless of what was going on. And I think that he just, like a shot in the dark, he just said, just do it. Because there's no other way that I can think of that she wasn't given full immunity before she spoke.
Yeah.
Because I don't think she would have spoke, because she's you know, and the way they did that entire thing, I wouldn't, you know what, I think plea deals should not ever occur, let alone Rourke didn't even make him speak at sentencing.
No,
So you
there
get
were conditions around that plea deal. It wasn't a deal. It was a procedural path for Rourke, so he could have done what he needed to do. And I like the picture that's starting to become clear to me is exactly what you just said. Kessinger and her dad going in there and making these demands, them being agreed to before they even knew what was going on. And I mean, they totally like fooled them into allowing her to come in there to let them know that she might know someone that's an accessory with guilty intent who, oh shit though, but you just gave him immunity. And sorry, that's all I got for you. That is the bombshell.
Yeah.
It's clear. I mean, it's literal. I can't, it's very clear, guys. It's very clear. And I don't even know how, like, to, for people like in examining this case, how this, it's going to, I guess it's probably going to have to, what's going to be happening for us is going to have to be maybe a kind of gradual mental shift, because it really is shocking, but it is a shift. It changes everything. The only good news is I can see some clear paths to that I couldn't see before that could deliver complete justice for the victims.
That is good news.
But you know what, Kelly, I think at this point, and I think it was what Vintage was saying, everybody attached to this case has been exalted. Even Chris's, again, his defense team, they've all been elevated. The only person who hasn't is probably the person with the conscience, and that's Baumover. And he was given an early retirement package. And so you can't walk all of that back.
I personally think
no, you can't. You can't. I mean, they've done damage that's irreparable. That's for sure.
Well, and I think aside from the PTSD, which I believe wholeheartedly that he, was suffering from.
I think he couldn't.
I think he stopped and retired early because he is an upstanding detective. He has morals, integrity, and a conscience, and he knew all the crap that was going down. And I don't think he wanted to have any part of it.
And I think he was coaxed out in the process. They may have made it worth his while to leave.
Agree.
Guys,
Yeah.
I want to just go back really quickly now. I'm so glad you said that, because like I said, everything that we kind of went over or listened to again or talked about it or looked at today, I promise you it was for a purpose. I had to like kind of patch it together really quickly before the live stream, and there's some things that I probably could add that would have made it more meaningful. But I want to go back really quickly to page 160, or I'm sorry, 1769, real number in Discovery, to what Nick from True Crime Rocket Science was talking about. I want to go back to that because like what you just said, sort of, it definitely gives a wink and a nod to the point that I was trying to make, but there wasn't enough background information for it to be made clearly. Just one second, I'm gonna bring it into the stream.
About what was in the basement?
Well, here, all secrets will be revealed in about 10 seconds, my friend. Just one second. Oops. If I pick the right channel to share. Stop screen, present screen, pick the right screen. Watch every time. Okay. Oh, here it is. It's in the video. Okay. I could just share my Discovery too, but either way, it doesn't matter. My brain is pretty much not working very well. I just don't want to go over it. I want to hear about the books and stuff. Although he does write great books, there is no space for that tonight or anything else. All right. So right here, page 1769, real number of the Discovery. Oxycontin or oxycodone, although we know it was part of the end of Shannann's life at least, and it was part of the plan to end Chris's family's life, and at the very least his unborn son. But we all know there was more to it than that too. Well, it was definitely more to it than that as well, but I think a lot of people are already onto that. The only little piece of that ever happening or that being known to law enforcement is a fact of this case that was not spoken about. It was not acknowledged. It literally had to have consciously been erased, like a lot of the items in Discovery that are critical as well that we've talked about before. The only the only evidence that ever existed is these couple little lines here. And guess who left them there? And just like really kind of a random spot in one of his reports as being a search item that was uncovered through their investigative efforts and then deleted. It is the OxyContin, and I do not think that is an accident. Do you understand what I'm saying along the line we're just saying about Baumhover?
Yeah, I agree.
And someone, and the people that, the people that were part of the committee of decision makers who, made the disgraceful decision that, okay, yep, that's cool. Yep. All right. You need that to be gone. Even though what it meant, you need that to be gone. Yeah, we'll do that for you. I just think they didn't see it, and I think that's why it's there. It's the only reason it's there.
The puppet masters. Well, and I want to say too that NK's immunity would have been reversed with all of her effery and all of her lies. So it should have been reversed. It could have been reversed, but it wasn't.
Yeah, right. Which means her immunity that could have very easily been reversed because her lies were so obvious and easy to expose. I think that just means that their law enforcement and district attorney's office wanted at some point just as badly for that immunity to be in place. Otherwise, it would not be.
Right. They just wanted to wrap the case up and make the whole thing go away, like you said earlier.
No, but I think it. Well, I think it was not. It was even more than that. It was that they agree, that they agreed to and were actively taking measures to, I don't know, I just maybe protect somebody who, you know, who they knew had a significant part in this horrible thing that we're all talking about on a weekly basis, and that they willingly, for really no reason, without knowing anything, without doing anything right, they created that. And how do you go back on that? Once they agreed to protect her, even though that happened and she had that part in this horrible, horrible, horrible event, once they were like, okay, yeah, yeah, and they started actually taking steps to protect her on the first day, the FBI did. How do you go back on that? You don't, unless you are going to create a scandal that it's going to expose everything. And guess who didn't want that? Anadarko didn't want that, and law enforcement didn't want that, because the backlash, the ramifications of that would not have survived a career that went to retire, or would not have allowed their careers to survive to retirement. And they weren't going to have that. It would have been humiliating.
I think the appropriate term is egg on the face.
Yeah, I think egg on the face. I think of, I don't know. This is just, I mean, this is, I don't know. This is exactly what you're not supposed to do if you're going to protect, you know, people in your community and your society. You don't knowingly allow someone to get a pass. And allow all the way, open all the doors, remove all of the red lights and all of the speed bumps, and be like, yeah, go at it, baby. And then take additional steps yourself to make it happen. You don't do that.
Can I make an exaggerated example? It'd be like giving Ted Bundy immunity and then finding out he's Ted Bundy.
Yeah.
Well, right. Like it, right. I mean, it's like, oh shit, well, you murdered a few people. Now we can't do anything about that because we screwed up. You know?
Exactly. And that's why I said everything that DA Rourke did, because he was, you know, the shot caller. It was totally reckless.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
personally, I have children myself, and if this had happened to my daughter and grandkids, I would have been like, no way in hell are you going to allow him to do a plea deal. I want to go to trial, and I want to hear every single thing that happened. As hard as it's going to be, I want to know it all. No, he does not get a plea deal. You know, and you know, that wouldn't have sat with me. I want to know.
It makes me think that the Ruziks might have been paid off by Anadarko.
Well, the whole thing with the Dr. Phil thing and stuff like that, they were agreeing that NK was a little shady or whatever like that, whatever. And then that got pulled. And from what I read, and I don't know if
let's read my part 2. We're bringing all that back tomorrow or Tuesday.
Yeah.
I have to wait till Tuesday?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
And again, this is just my, you know, what I read and stuff. This isn't fact or anything, but I was told that the reason that was pulled off, you know, off of the Dr. Phil, and then they were like, no, she didn't have anything to do with it, because they weren't going to get that money from Anadarko.
Maybe. I mean, very possible. Yeah.
Because there's a lot of red tape and legalities and stuff when it comes down to that. And I think, I just think there was a lot of shadiness going on. That would not have flied with me as a mother. Oh, he confessed, plea deal, and he doesn't have to speak. And no. I would be like, no, I have a million questions. And at least make him speak. At least, if not at the sentencing hearing, at least make him write something out, exactly what happened, so the Ruziks could have read it or something like that. But you know what?
But you can't. I mean, you can't make. I mean, that's his Fifth Amendment. He pled fifth. Like, he doesn't have to say anything. And you know, I never thought about the money aspect. To me, I feel like the tone with her family shifted once they went back to Dodge and they learned about the trauma of the little girls. It was like once they understood what Bella and Cece, and especially Bella, endured, it was raw rage. And whether Nichol was involved or not, Chris put this all into motion. But there was sort of a shift in it was like a silent rage after
Mhm.
that visit to Dodge Correctional that I can see in their interviews that they've done since then versus the ones that they did
Right.
before, where you had, Frankie Jr. show saying, like, I love him as my brother, all these things. And after that,
Right.
he was like,
And
put me in a room with him.
I agree 100%. But back to my point, then that's why they should have said no. I want to
Mhm.
know everything because, in case something like that, I agree with you 100%, Kelly. I think that he ran game on them. He knew what kind of
Mhm.
emotional state they were in. He,
Yeah.
gave, oh, it's going to take so long. It could take
Yeah.
2, 3, 4 years. I would have been, I don't give a shit if it takes 10 years. You're not giving him a
Exactly.
plea deal.
Yeah, yeah,
I
Exactly.
want to know. You're going to do your job. You took an oath of office that you would
Mhm.
do full investigation. No, you're going to do your job. I would
Yeah.
be enraged if he had given him a plea deal and I did not know what happened.
Yeah, I don't think I
I
would.
would
I
have been
really, in my
enraged.
heart of hearts, don't think I'd stand for it either. But but I mean, some people will, and yeah, I just think he played them like a fiddle. Maybe there was money involved too, but he played those people, and that is horrible. That is
Oh yeah.
horrible.
He
But
knew what
what
kind of
if they,
emotional state they were in.
yeah,
Yeah,
I also think too, what if they do know? What if they know everything? What if they know the
they
alarm?
might.
Because
I
that,
considered that. Yeah.
yeah, you think about the alarm and the motion detectors inside would tell the entire tale. Like, I just got up to go get something to drink, and
Hmm.
like, I just saw I just got a log. There's a person moving,
Yeah.
and kitchen motion. Like, it would tell the entire tale down to the basement stairs, what doors open,
And that's
all
why
of.
they want everyone to shut up so badly.
But I think
Right.
I think
Yeah.
her family knows, and I think the footage from the camera that's missing. I think the family's like, okay, we don't have to do a public search. I hope, I shouldn't say I think. I hope the family was like, okay, we will agree to not drag this out publicly, but we absolutely want to know everything. And I think they know enough.
But here, the only thing I have with that though is their reaction on Dr. Phil when they went on Dr. Phil right after the Dodge Correctional Facility interview, when the world found out and was horrified to learn
Mm-hmm.
of at least Bella's journey in
Mm-hmm.
that truck with her feet hanging over her dead mother's body and the way that she died. If they had access to all of that, like, I think that information would have been revealed. But I think the reaction to learning that they weren't all unalived at the house, but what really happened, that was so authentic. Like, that's like kind of the only counter I have to that, because I have
I,
definitely considered it, but
I, I,
maybe I could still account for it.
I agree that the I vacillate. We'll go down a tangent. I vacillate between which um, statement I believe. I believe there's a little bit of truth in each. I don't believe much of what was said at Dodge, though. Honestly,
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't believe any of the
I believe wholeheartedly the Bella's his story about what Bella experienced, because we talked about this before. I feel really clear on the fact that Chris's big tell of truthfulness is starting to show anything that resembles emotion, or an involuntary response that shows that something is triggered inside of him other than giving a shit about himself. And it is only when he talks about
it's about
Bella,
Bella.
what happened, does that happen? It is only when, and it is every time,
Yep.
in that time period from the house to Thurvey. And to me, and I've thought about this, and I've considered against, and I keep coming to the same conclusion. And for me, like, that's just that, like,
I get where you're going, Kelly. And if
oh, I can't. Is that me or somebody else?
I don't think is there sound?
Oh no, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, Chris just lost sound, unfortunately.
can you hear me now?
Yes,
I
we
can hear
can.
you
Yes.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Kelly, to your point, even if you watch the Rusic's interview with Dr. Phil, the part where you see like Frankie Jr. like literally shaking, and where the mother comes
Yeah.
and Bella
Yeah.
came to her first, it is very
Yeah.
Bella centric.
Yeah,
which
yeah.
makes me think that they know more of what happened than we do.
Well, that
And
was after they heard the confession that Chris Watts made with all that
but
information about Bella.
I personally think that Cece was already gone because she's not
Yeah,
mentioned
I
at
do
all.
too.
I
Yeah, I
think
do.
she was gone. But this is another thing. If they do know everything, and they just didn't want to do it publicly, what I don't understand, if they do know everything, and they do know everything, instead of going, or Frank Jr. going around putting all of his energy and stuff and shutting down YouTube channels and going after all this, I would be going after, why did her phone ping? Why is she searching my sister and Chris back a year prior?
Yeah, but
Why
I think
this?
there's
Why that?
ulterior motives for that though that I don't want to discuss because I don't want to discuss because it's yeah, you know what I mean. But I don't think and people nobody's perfect. People have weaknesses in life, and sometimes we need to figure out how to manage those weaknesses. But so I think there's something totally different behind that personally. And if that didn't make sense, you don't worry about it. I'm not going to decode it any further because I've been in the spotlight with that family recently.
And I wanted to say too that I think that everything that we see, no matter how many years we've spent studying the case and hours and days and weeks, all we're seeing is the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more going on behind the scenes, and not just with the Watts case, but with that department. There's so much going on with that department. There's so much tit for tat and revenge and protection and
Did you guys see the story that came out? What was it, like 3-4 months ago? That DA Rourke had to speak about or whatever about the DNA being messed up on a whole bunch of cases?
Yes.
Did you guys see that?
I didn't see it.
House Huddle covered that partly very well. The channel, the House Huddle, she covered a little bit of that.
Yeah, that was interesting. And another thing I thought that was pretty interesting that screams conflict of interest to me is that his DA Rourke's wife, she had been attacked or whatever like that, and he looks very, very similar to Chris Watts. I would have brought that up. You sure this isn't a personal thing, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's almost like projection. It's almost like projection or transfer with a therapist or something. Yeah.
Who looks a lot like Chris Watts? Sorry, I missed that.
The man who attacked DA Rourke's wife before they were married and stuff. She was attacked, and
I've
he
never
looks
seen
very,
a picture.
very.
I've never seen a picture of that man.
You can Google it; it's online. And he looks a lot like Chris Watts, and the crime, and it was,
wow.
There's just a lot of stuff where I just think he's
that's
just
extremely
gross.
significant.
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 And I think he's just disgusting. I just don't like DA Rourke at all. I think he did such a crappy job and staying at their house for 3 days.
Yeah. Let me tell you, there is, and Kelly chime in, I think anybody who's worked in the therapy, psychology, counseling space, 3 days is a significant amount of time. You get to understand the rhythm of a family. You get to see their
the lines are
emotional
blurred.
needs, their financial needs. Frankie Jr. had some things going on. You really get to understand
you get to learn how to manipulate them very effectively.
So wait, Rourke stayed with the Ruseks for 3 days?
Yes.
I just recently learned that.
I've never heard that.
It's like the most unprofessional
thing. So weird that he wouldn't stay at a freaking hotel.
Yeah, he literally
given
stayed
the
there.
size of their house, and their house it's a small house.
I mean, it's very intimate space. Yeah.
That's the strangest thing in the world.
It's not strange if you're looking to understand somebody's mental, emotional, financial. It gave
in order to manipulate them.
Yes, it gave him every data point he needed to meet a need of theirs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Because it doesn't take 3 days to hammer out.
Honey, keep going mute, and I want to hear what you're saying.
That is wild.
Yeah, no, it
That's a
doesn't take.
bombshell right there. That's a
Yeah,
bombshell for me.
it doesn't take 3 days to figure out, what. I mean, he had meals with them. Sandy's apparently a great cook, which he referenced as Shanann being a great cook, and it just got. It's kind of like what Nichol did, right? Like
It was insurance that they would not change their mind once he got from them what he needed.
Right, but to me, it's the same thing.
And did somebody in chat say it was over Halloween? The 3 days was over Halloween time?
I don't know exactly which 3 days.
Oh my God, hold it. I forgot something really important. I'm so glad you said that. The 3 days was immediately following the release. No, was immediately following Michael Prill's report being put on District Attorney Rourke's desk, saying that they were going to obtain an additional search warrant for Chris Watts' phone to access all of that, material that he hid. And you know what that meant? If they were going to do it to his phone, they were going to find out a lot about what Kessinger was doing it. They were probably going to do it with all of the other iPhones. And there was going to be a lot more unearthed. And among that would be unearthed, what existed very clearly? The arrangements that were made to broker the deal.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys might see where this is all going. I mean, this is what I've been talking about the past few days with people. And there's a trail, there's receipts for all of it. It's horrible. And that is when he went to the Rourke to get their permission to accept or to create a plea deal. And then within less than a week, it was done.
Yep.
It was the fastest deal in the world. I thought you were going to say that they would have found texts and information involving Jim.
Jim is irrelevant. See, this is the thing. Jim is fully irrelevant. Like what this person with the mistress had to hide is in certain people's knowledge of that, and oh God, the certainty of all of it that someday, is, hopefully it'll be a matter of public record without having to me be involved. But it's everything. It's the whole bowl of wax. It's there, and then all of the, connected cover-up scandals and all that possible, and Darko, the investigation being pissed poor, the evidence not being fully processed, blah, 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 blah. But I don't know. That's just my opinion. I guess I don't know. I guess I just want to be able to be like, here is the significance of this, so we can stop. Holy shit, maybe we're just gonna leave Jim alone.
Yeah, but Kelly, to tug on that thread further, if I am the family of the deceased.
Oh my God, can you hear her? She keeps getting 4 words in, and then I'm on the edge of my seat. I can't hear.
I can't hear her either.
I don't understand.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, but it's usually you'll start to say something that's really can't wait to hear it, and it's 4 or 5 words, and then it goes silent for
okay.
5, yeah.
I took my headset off.
Okay.
So to tug on that thread a little bit, if Rourke went to the family and said, we're going to have this second subpoena that digs into Chris's phone, that digs into Nicole's phone. But in digging into Chris's phone, you're going to be digging into Shanann's phone. And Shanann's phone might be part of it. As the family of the...
we can't hear you again now.
Not again.
Whose reputation I don't know why it keeps doing that, but my question is,
should they be concerned about Shanann's reputation? Maybe they wouldn't want that.
And so
if you don't realize the significance of what is to be found in Chris and Nicole's phone, because they don't want them to know that. They just want to protect Shanann. They're vulnerable. You're totally right. Yeah.
Yep. My why it's doing that is because my phone's not plugged up. But that's what I was trying to say. If you are telling them, hey, we're going to have to do this this deep dive. And if they start subpoenaing, maybe they can start looking at medical records. I think that there was a little bit
Absolutely.
of fear
Ding, ding, ding.
mongering, because again, you know, if we're going to go back to, you know, Chris is going to plea, he's not going to plea, he's going to stick with his first story.
It's
We
going to
want to
be
see it.
hell. It's going to be 20 years of being stuck in the court, being a slave to the court system and the
I
ugliness.
don't even think it was that. I think is we were going to have to unearth some things about their daughter, and
Yeah.
her memory had
Yeah.
already been. I mean, I can't think of anything worse than a mother being accused of unaliving their children.
Right.
But I think Shanann had documented emotional, social issues that
And I'm just going to be frank, and I feel that the family kind of viewed them as that it would be shameful if that were to get out, because that is how some families are. Our honor systems are different, and I think that Rourke knew that to that particular family that would be a you know, really horrible thing to have to face.
And I'm a half Italian girl from New Jersey.
Yeah.
Honor is
Yeah.
everything.
Exactly. That's
Honor
exactly what I was
is
thinking. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
everything.
Exactly. And
You'd
I think
rather
that's where it
be,
comes
yep,
from.
yep. You'd
Well, you,
rather go away / to
Yeah.
jail than to be a snitch. Like that honor is very, very, very prevalent in the Italian American culture, and certainly in that part of the US. So I actually, it's sad because I think we could have, and that's always my draw to this case. I think we could have learned so much through
Yeah.
what they saw as her imperfections or things that may have besmirched her reputation. We could have
Exactly.
learned so much.
Exactly.
But
There's no need to make her into a caricature of herself and make her be someone that she wasn't. Like, her history and her legacy as it is perfect. It's fine. You know, it's like,
because none of that
exactly
should have resulted in the death of her and 3
Of
children.
course. My
But I
gosh.
think they were
So
so
serious.
I think they were so
Yeah.
afraid
right.
Yeah.
of whatever whether it was drug abuse, you know, mental
Mhm.
diagnosis, whatever it was in that. They were
Yes.
terrified, and I think that clammed them up much more than Nichol NK. When he came to them, I think
Yeah.
he knowingly,
And
I
their
think he looked,
heartstrings, their
yep,
sense of honor.
not
Yeah.
their heartstrings, but said, Shanann's not going to come out of this clean. And as
Yeah.
a mother, that would do it for me.
Absolutely.
I
That's
don't
the only
know
way you
if
can protect your child at that point. You know, you're not going to let them down in that way, because they probably also had the thought, and they shouldn't, nothing is their fault, but they probably also had the thought, oh my God, you know, all this stuff is going to come up, and it's, you know, and I'm going to realize how I was not there to save her. And that's not reality. But most parents would feel that way, you
And
know?
you're already dealing with a mom who asked her not to go back. Like
Yeah.
there was so much there. And I think he sat there for 3 days and just absorbed.
Torture
And
them.
yes, tortured them, learned them, reeled them in, coaxed them, gave them what they need. Like I said, he became a need meter in those 3 days. And like I said, whether Frank Jr. was facing some pretty significant legal
Yes.
challenges, don't know
Yeah.
where those went or anything, but financially they had filed for bankruptcy twice. He could look at maybe the state of repairs of their home, little things like that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know what I find interesting as well? When John F. Kennedy was assassinated, they sealed those records for 50 years. A year or two ago, I think it may be last year or the year before, they were supposed to release all of them.
But the Watts records for 100. Yeah.
Yeah. Chris is 90 years after he dies. Why does Chris Watts' records are sealed longer than a president that was assassinated?
I know. I have always wondered why why that
on.
was important. Yeah.
Because
that is weird.
It's not weird if you go back to the records that are sealed are the kids' medical records.
You know, I mean, Chris Watts' records they aren't his. Okay, I think I understand why the kids are. Yeah.
But the kids are sealed, all of that. I think that was a part of the deal. It's about that narrative. It's about dying with honor. I think it's not about what Chris record says. I think it's about what Bella, Celeste, and Shanann said.
And I also think it was about, you know, if we seal this, if this is all tight, then conversation about this is going to end. it is going to go away, and nobody is ever going to find out what we did, how bad we fucked up, and the lack of moral and ethical and humane and professional judgment we exercise that could end our careers and ruin our lives. And probably somewhere down there, some of them at least feel pretty damn bad about it, but they allow it to happen. But little did they know that 6 years later, people were still going to be having discussions just like this. Because guess what, guys? That is how bad you did screw up. Look at the mess you created. And what happened, what actually happened for the Rourke family is an extended, prolonged hell that didn't have to be. Because if they just did that actual investigation, if they honorably did the work on the up and up, like just did what they were supposed to do, answers would exist, and this whole clusterfuck would not exist, and this channel probably would not exist. But what do they hate most? The clusterfuck and these discussions, but it is the people that were guaranteeing them protection and honor, but they created that for them, and it makes me freaking nuts. That's all.
I feel like in my will, I'm going to put a clause probably for my grandchildren because my children might not be around. There's an extra 25,000 if you remember this case and go back and look at those damn records. Like
yes,
that
seriously,
is making it into my estate planning.
Right.
I have a feeling part of it is pretty simple and straightforward, that the state that the poor little baby girls were in, they don't want anyone to know that reality. Like, that's
You mean
just
alive or post-mortem?
Post-mortem.
The state of their body remains.
That's why they want to keep that sealed for 90 years. It's just too much for any of our brains to.
Their living medical records are sealed.
Yeah, that's their autopsies aren't sealed.
Their autopsies are not. It's their living medical records that are.
Right.
But
exactly.
their autopsies has been redacted repeatedly, though.
As they should be. I think that's appropriate. I mean, I think there's enough detail in there to, traumatize anybody who understood what was said. But I think I personally believe it's appropriate to redact autopsies. The general public doesn't need to create a whole channel of people who know nothing about medical issues or medicine or have any training in medical anything, so they can talk 5 nights a week about what is wrong in the autopsies. If you know, and that is so screwed up. And I think redaction, I personally, it's just a personal belief, redaction in that case.
I think postmortem makes a lot of sense. I find it strange, HIPAA aside, I find it very, very strange that their medical records are a part of that seal. And I went through a rip-roaring custody case, and what I never knew, but that I learned, is that whenever you take your child to the doctor, yes, they may diagnose, my son with an ear infection, my daughter with this. They talked about my demeanor. They talked about which parent brought them. They talked about my behavior. All of that is documented. I had no idea until my kids' medical records were released for a custody battle.
That's right. And there's also record of assessment of the child's mental state and risk level. Yeah.
Yep. It's there were my son has anxiety, and if you go, never shared it with me, but if you go back to his 5-year checkup, coming out of COVID, they started seeing signs of it, and it's actually in his medical records, so it was never shared with me. So I was shocked at how much were in my own children's medical records. I'm like, yeah, I know he had 2 ear infections, strep throat, no, that it's so much more than that.
Yeah.
What do you guys think that was the specific reason on why they went to redact the autopsy and everything? Do you think that they've learned and they decided that after John Bonet, because they posted pictures and they're still online of her
think
body?
It's appropriate to get the general.
Oops.
That's so annoying when it cuts out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still can't get over. Lily Rose made a comment. The American Horror Show ad on Nate's camera footage.
Oh my gosh.
That was too kismet. I mean, that was so bizarre.
Wait, just 1 second though. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just want to answer that question because I mean I think it's a good discussion to have, but I personally do not. I mean, we have true crime sleuths, true crime communities. We take in all of this really traumatizing, hard to hear, hard to handle, hard to digest information that that not too long ago was really reserved for people with the proper training to process it and process the horrificness of it and still be mentally okay. The average person in like our general public did not have that training or those skills, and I think that is recognized. And I personally think it is so appropriate, and it's a good thing that that certain things aren't released and certain things are redacted. I think it should be pretty uniform across the board, and so it doesn't make a point of certain cases over the others. But I don't think any of us ever need to see the autopsy photos of Bella or Celeste. And I think if we were to see them, we would never be the same. I
agree.
Yeah.
I agree 100%. That's why I was just like, the fact that they released everything on like John Bonet and
that was horrible.
I see it in my mind to this day.
I know, me too. Me too. As you were saying that, I had like a really like bad moment of just like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
I know you used to never see any of that ever, anywhere. Never, ever.
Sometimes you see it without knowing you're gonna see it. Like I don't think I ever sought out to see John Bonet's autopsy photos. I think I saw them because they were there. It's something I was viewing, and all of a sudden it was like, you can't, you can't squeeze that toothpaste back in the tube. It's done.
Right.
You've seen it, you can't unsee it. So
and one of the things that makes aside from the obvious of all this being just so horrible and sad, is that with Shanann, she was 33, 34.
I think she was. I believe. Yeah, I think she was going to turn 35, and yeah.
Okay. She was 34. Celeste had just turned 3 years old. Bella was 4. She was still a very, very new mom, and watching all of her videos and seeing all of this and stuff like that as an older mom. My kids are in their 20s or whatever. It's very easy and quick to judge on a lot of stuff with Shanann and stuff. But how many of you can go back and say that you were perfect and you did everything right and you're at 34?
And we've all had the chance to evolve from that age and learn from our mistakes and become all the wiser. And she was robbed of that chance. It is not fair.
She was robbed of that to learn, and because I can name a million and
she would have.
I look back on it and be like, oh my God, why did I do that? Or why did I? Whatever with my kids and stuff, which I wish I could go back and change or not say or whatever. But she was robbed of that. She wasn't given the opportunity to learn from her mistakes or realize that, okay, this is not the way I should be doing this or whatever. And that's so sad.
Just be in the month, or so, I'm going to say this is a rough, the month or two, let's say, before they went to North Carolina, and how her relationship with those girls developed while they were in North Carolina. Even when they came back, look at how much her relationship and her as a mother, she evolved so much. It seemed to me all in a super positive way. And just 3 months, that stuff happens. Doesn't happen linearly all the time and evenly across time. But she had no more of that, and she would have evolved in every way the rest of us have.
Do the rest of you agree with me on this? But I've always wanted to bring this up, and I don't know if anybody's caught this before. On one of her texts to Chris, and this always just stung me. She said, she was going out there and she wasn't at home a lot. She went down to a lot of places and stuff because she was trying to expand her business and all that stuff. But she said in a text to Chris, it doesn't take much to say I love you or I miss you or whatever. If you don't mean it, I get it.
Yeah.
I think that she went out there as a trial separation because no wife, and everything was all hunky-dory and we all over each other and stuff like that when I left. No wife would have said that. If you don't want to say I love you or I miss you, I get it. I really do think that she went out there in a trial separation
I think that's possible. I think she could have also been trying to do a number of different things to get any kind of reaction from her husband,
Yeah.
even if it was negative. And I think that it's possible, but I also have some sense, and I don't know because I do not know. These are just thoughts I have, and I'm not claiming I know. Either way, she knew what she was facing back in Colorado. She knew the financial state. I think she knew sort of the deep water that was a secret, and secrets are, and she knew that secret was going to be exposed. And the prospect of that, let's go back to the value of honor and her family and things like that, and also just the practical situation that was at hand. I'm sure she was terrified. She's pregnant. She has 2 young kids. I'm sure she was terrified. I think she knew that she had like responsibility in creating a situation where she was going to have to get honest with a whole lot of people, including herself. And that was going to be really hard. But those are times in life when, maybe we're going to go through the most growth, but it's still freaking scary. So part of me thinks there was some escapism there. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine what she was going through because, she knew he was acting weird. She had she had a feeling that something was going on. She was, reaching for any olive branch. And I personally, this is my opinion, but that whole Nutgate thing with Cindy, that entire thing, I don't think that she did that and blew up at Cindy, directly at Cindy. I think that was pent up frustration with her son, giving her the cold shoulder, not texting her back, whatever. And I think that she was in the line of fire. And I think she took it out on Cindy. I think if everything was wonderful and he wasn't doing what he was doing and he was calling her and FaceTiming her and texting her and stuff, I don't think that she would have reacted that way. I think that was an immediate
I think that's possible, but at the same time, going along with exactly what I had just said, I think Chris and I have talked about this before. And part of me also thinks, and I don't fault Shanann for this. I've done really screwed up things, trust me. And I understand the stress associated with them when you wake up and realize you did that. And oh my God, like what, it sucks. It's so much anxiety. It's fear. And she was, especially with her husband being so shady, she was losing so much support and she was facing probably like a fear like she never had known in her life. And part of me thinks that Nutgate also had to do with, I think she was, whether it was or not, maybe it's her own paranoia or whatever, thinking that people were starting to put the heat on her, looking at her, noticing what she had done, what she was going to have to do. And, that Nutgate was so dramatic, it took some of that pressure and heat off of her and put it on someone else. So, but that's why I think it's interesting to talk about these things because it's all, as long as, because it's all like human dynamic stuff that we can all relate to. And, really it's probably a combination, a little bit of like a lot of things that we would come up with because, at the end of the day, we're all more the same than we are different, right? So
right. I also think that it is a possibility, and again, it's my opinion. I also think it's a possibility that maybe she lashed out at Cindy and stuff, and also a hopes that would kind of snap Chris out of whatever he was doing. And
I thought she would get
her up.
Yes. I thought she was certain he was going to have her back because he always did. Because Shanann was the woman of his life over his mom. His mom was hurt over that. Shanann felt, immensely supported because he was so connected. He was so attached to her in an unhealthy way. And then all of a sudden, that switch, he switched up the game. Now NK was the lady of the moment, and Shanann took the Cindy spot. But she didn't realize it yet. Yeah.
And again, with her being young and 34 years old and stuff, you do a lot of stupid shit that you wouldn't do now or whatever. But if she had been older, she would have realized, I'm not going to pick a fight with my mother-in-law. I'm going to embrace her, get her on my side, and have her be like, dude, what are you doing?
And I'm not going to treat my daughter-in-law the way she treated me and not go to my daughter-in-law's wedding. So I better figure out how to work this all out. Yeah.
But you think about, you go back to your bag of tools that's worked. So I think I'm fascinated in the text of those 6 weeks because she tried to be really nasty and cold. She tried passive aggressive. She tried to be loving. She tried to be firm. Then she tried to be a little submissive and docile. Like it was, and now I'm going to pick a fight. And then, oh wait.
And now I'm gonna make you move out of the house when you get home. Blah blah blah. And none of it you reacted to. That must be so scary for her.
Yeah. Now there's something wrong with now there's something wrong with Bella's feet. Like anything
Right.
that she had used before to get his attention, it was
Yeah.
like, I'm gonna try everything in my grab bag. But I thought the most heartbreaking thing was when she was in Arizona and it was her text to
Oh.
Addie, and she says, I never realized I had been emasculating him. Like I never realized
Yeah,
how
I
it made him
know. I
feel
know.
that he couldn't hang up a picture. And I'm
Yeah.
sitting like, huh? Like how?
She was
But
really like, she was really coming to terms with some hard stuff. She was doing the hard work.
yeah, it was like it's
It was
like that's
sad.
the real, to me that's the killer, because to
Yeah.
me she realized even in the letter she wrote him, what I'm doing is not working. And it was the first time,
Yeah.
because they had a great marriage before that, and he always acquiesced, and he's the kind one and
Yeah.
I'm the sergeant. And she realized that that dynamic would not.
And that was such a huge thing for her to do as far as like personal evolution, development. Like,
Huge.
holy cow. You know?
Huge. And
Yeah.
it was just too late. That, I
Yeah.
mean, that to me, that those emails and texts, and you can see her like, she was like, I wanted to say baby, but I didn't want to lay it on too thick. Like just her
Yes,
not
totally
even
walking
knowing
on
how to
eggshells.
say good
Uh-huh.
morning. But it was her turn to walk on eggshells, because Chris had been walking on eggshells for a
But
very
also,
long
you know,
time. It was crazy.
another reason I think it was too late was because by that time, you know, NK had already asserted her
Jezebel.
influence, and NK had already gotten in a panic because Chris was responding in some way to
He
Shanann
was.
changing. NK felt it, and that is when everything went in things went into action real quick.
Exactly, because she even said at the Lazy Dog or whatever, when she was trying to push the apartment and stuff,
He
she
wasn't as
lost
interested.
interest.
That's
And
right.
you know, when I listen to her interviews, and I just literally want to claw my face off because she's such a liar. And you know what really happened? Yeah, I was actually like encouraging him to fix things with your wife. Said no scag side piece ever.
I know.
Okay? Like
Right,
no
it's
one says that.
ridiculous.
I mean, that right there is like it would have been hard for me to keep a straight face if I was a
But she was a marriage counselor, a preacher, a fitness trainer, a nutritionist, a interior decorator, a groomer, anything you needed, she was
a
it.
yoga instructor,
A yoga instructor, a savant, a nature girl, you know,
and you know the entire time
a
that
double
she's saying
input
all
chick.
this to the detective, then you know after the fact and stuff, no, you weren't. You were sending full body nudes to him while he was in
Right.
North Carolina. And then when in
Frequently
the
right
text that
after
they
you
showed,
would have a
why
long
can't you
conversation with
call
her.
me? Are you with her?
She's this amazing superwoman who gets bullied by Dieter to go upstairs and stare at pictures of the family.
I'm sure Sir Dieter like literally walked her up the steps, you know, in
He was
his
trying
like
to
1
run
inch
away from
leg.
her.
Dieter's like, look at them. Look
He's
at
like,
them.
get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. I'm running
those
away
are
from
my
you.
humans.
Don't follow
Those
me.
are my humans.
Yeah. She is, in my opinion, just watching her, you know, seeing her video and seeing how nonchalant and entitled and lying and manipulative and a chameleon and I've known women like her before and stuff. Again, I'm not diagnosing her or anything. I truly believe in my heart that she is a sociopath. I know she's narcissistic, but I do think she's a sociopath. She has zero empathy. And it was all about her. It was all about her.
I'm
wouldn't even say
licensed to
their names.
diagnose, and you are definitely right on the money.
Yeah, she wouldn't even say their names.
No,
Right.
and then when she did say Shanann, you know, and then she's like, and those that couple or that car or that house or whatever. It's like, you know, I could hear the disdain she has in her voice for anything associated with Shanann, and the fact that she did look them up several times in 2017. And then Shanann did that Thanksgiving video when she was cooking and stuff. She's like, what's with the mean faces? I think that was her.
Oh, totally.
100%. And that Chris bought flowers the next day. Do you
Oh
like
yeah.
remember she prepped the Thanksgiving and then she was baking with the girls and she
Uh-huh.
made it a point to point out that Chris had bought her flowers and Bella, if she liked them, Bella was like, no.
Yeah, they probably
And
met.
then she did that video when she was on the couch talking about her trip, and then she walked outside and talked for a long time. She actually said on the thing, I will continue to fight for my girls. I will continue to fight for my husband. I think she was sending out a message there. I think she knew that something was up.
Girl, I
Early
think
on.
she sensed that her husband had an interest in a woman who is the type who is eventually going to take part in the end of her life. But I'm going to have to end this here because I just looked at this clock and it's almost 2 and I've really got to go to bed. I don't mean to like end abruptly, but wow, I got to go back. It's been almost 4 hours. But time flies when you're having fun. And I thank you guys so much for coming up on panel and being part of the conversation. And, there's there's so much more. So thank you for being here. And I hope everyone
Thank you
is.
so much for having me up. I really appreciate it.
Thanks. I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you. Thank you. As
Yeah, it was
always.
great live. Thank you, Kelly. I'm looking forward to Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday we'll do the part 2, and then I'm gonna, get I'll figure out how to. We're just gonna have to keep. I don't know what else to say at this point. I'm still a little just trying. What case
Can I just finish a thought that I was having on the?
Sorry, I didn't stop the thought.
That's okay. That's okay. It's like everything you guys were saying really alludes to NK and Chris having met at the gym previously and the relationship being a lot longer than that 6 weeks.
I agree. And I think they had a long chat on that 111-minute or at the Lazy Dog.
111 minutes to be exact.
Yes. How long have we known each other? The whole thing. Because I'm sorry, but unless she's a complete psycho, she doesn't say, I wanted to give you your first boy. I think she saw
I think that's possible too.
I know she was watching her Facebook and she saw that they were having. Yeah, she's a liar. She knew what was going on.
Totally.
She didn't care.
No. So, all right, everybody. Well, thank you so much for being here. And everybody who is in chat, moderators, love you so much. Thank you for everything you do. Subscribers and members and people who are up there in the rafters, you can come on down. Nobody's going to bite you. Unless Kessinger happens to be in chat. Sometimes she might be. And thank you guys so much. I just want to make sure I got all these super chats here. Man, lady, thank you so much. I'm so sorry I didn't get to. I just want to see what you had to say here. I was just so trying to focus on talking about things correctly. I wasn't paying too much attention, and I usually just.
Thank you so much, Kelly. I'm going to take a picture of that bee propolis from Trader Joe's right now and text it to you.
I appreciate it. I just don't want to forget it. That means a lot. I got to get rid of this throat thing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It was amazing. Both, all of you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good night, ladies. Thank you.
So, Fan Lady says, but Frank Sr. claimed he saw him carry out his family like they were trash. You can see it online. It's so funny because I think that is actually included in the video that we're going to watch on Tuesday. So we'll see. I think that it was so impressed upon them that that's what happened. Maybe he was saying, I hear it as being kind of figure of speech, like, or, maybe he did think that he saw that, but he didn't see that. You know what I mean? But really good point. Thank you for bringing that up. And then, I believe it was before Shanann. I think it was after the party, the part of the 11-minute phone call. So do you think that's when, I'm not just sure, let me look at timestamp. I'm not sure if you were talking about when Kessinger realized like what law enforcement could possibly find out. She started to bug the F out. Or is that when the horrible things happened? Or if you're still here, I'd love to know what exactly you're referring to there.
keeps certain people on their toes. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, and then Chris said, I think it's earlier that Baumholt's cool into retirement. I think so. He left a couple helpful little things through the discovery. There's a couple others that I want to talk about, similar to the only mentioning of the oxy. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know, obviously, but I feel like there's a pattern there. I'll show you the pattern that I've observed. I don't think it's an accident, but maybe it is. Jody, thank you so much. He's like, I'm very tired. Thank you guys so much. I know moderators work really hard watching Watts Live. Thank you so much. Can I play the video so you can watch which video? Oh yeah, I'm tomorrow night because I'm up so much later than I really should be. I need to get some energy to my career job. It's coming up real soon now. Yeah, but I'll be happy to we'll see it on Tuesday, but I'll be happy also to play it on its own during the next live stream. I'll make a note to do that. No problem. If you want me to post, I can even post it as a short. I think it's a short length. Or if it's not, if you want me to post it, I will do that tomorrow too. Just let me know if you want me to do that. Oh, but I think you want to watch with everyone else. I don't know. You let me know. I'm putting thoughts in your head that maybe you did or did not have, or maybe I'm not. I gotta go to bed, guys. I see so many people I need to say hello to, and I appreciate all of you guys. So I think we illustrated many points of it's a freaking hard world out there. So guys, please do be nice and understanding to each other in your chat tomorrow at work or at home or in your thoughts. Although I don't believe the power of positive thinking is going to take you from, jobless to millionaire. I do think it's important what we're kind of thinking in our mind all day long because we're listening to ourselves all day long, right? So be nice to others in that way too, but mostly yourself because you deserve it. And if other people don't tell you that, you keep coming here and I am going to let you know because you are awesome and appreciated by me and so many other people. Hi, pretty bird. Oh, so happy to read that. I'm so glad I read that comment. I was just going to close out. I want to say hello. Pretty Bird said, being a part of this amazing chat gives me faith back in humanity. That is freaking awesome. That is one of the coolest things you could say. Thank you. And I'm so glad that's your experience. That's amazing. And thank you, moderators and everybody else who is here for making that happen. You guys are just seriously, you're all amazing. I know, I thought that was pretty crazy too, fan lady. I think about that a lot, and whenever I hear it, I'm like, I just believe him that he really thinks that, or I don't know, but I think he's that's his reality. She says, I can't believe the Lindstrom boys spilled the tea the day before they were found. Quote. He said to Kobach, I think it was somebody else in there. Well, whoever, maybe it was Kobach. I don't know. I went home from Tammy Lee right now if they were talking to me. I'm so tired, but he said to Kobach, I just picture them in a hole. I don't know why. What the heck? I think that's striking. And, I definitely personally, I sense and I see and I believe in, children having an intuitive power that's just, it's more of a gift and it's more accurate and it's more present than it is as we go through life and we start to use different senses about us for better or worse. But I believe him when he says that. Hi, Karen G, how are you doing? I think that was said too, Karen G, and I can't place it. I thought that's so funny you said that. Because I feel like that's just a private thought I have, but I think that did happen. Karen G said, I think that Bella said something about digging a hole that day at the party. Oh, so did you think that's maybe where he picked it up, or put two together? Oh, thanks, Rochelle. I'm glad you were here. And then they laughed. Obviously, that's weird. Shrug it off. Are you saying like here that happens or other places? I value your opinion. I'm glad you're here and sharing your opinion and being part of the conversation. There's a recording of the interview and he says it's still online. You mean Jeremy Lindstrom's son? Yeah, oh, absolutely there is. Is that what you're talking about? Or the Frankie thing? There's both. I believe ya. Wait, what? This is one I'm not familiar with. Why did SR say that Bella was face down in the dirt in her like vision? I'm not even placing that. Yikes. I don't know. I can't even recall that. Maybe after my brain rests a little, I would, but I'm not sure. Thank you, local jazz hands. I appreciate it. Oh, you're saying I gotcha. And then like the investigator, the parents, like that's weird. Okay, I got you now. Oh, guys, I gotta go. I'm not like reading things correctly. I'm starting to make shit up, and I don't like doing that. Absolutely. So everybody have a great night, and I will see you Tuesday. And yeah, love you guys. Take care. Bye.